our city council meeting. For our regular meeting for Monday, February 26, 2024. For public participation, there are 3 ways to submit public comments: submit written comments by meeting day, 2, submit written comments during the meeting, and 3, attend the meeting in person. To submit written comments by meeting day, please email cityclerk@dalycity.org and include public comment in the subject line. All written comments received by 4 p.m. on meeting day will be provided to the City Council prior to the meeting. Please note any emailed comments received after 4 p.m. on the meeting date are not guaranteed to be received by the City Council prior to the meeting. Comments are not read aloud into the record. During the meeting, you may visit www.dalycity.org/agendas to submit comments using the public comment form to address the City Council on a specific item or during the public comment period, and such comments are delivered to the City Council and staff during the meeting and may be read into the record at the time they are received. And then 3, to speak at the meeting in person, please complete a speaker card located at the entrance to the council chamber and submit it to staff member as early in the meeting as possible. Persons with disabilities who require auxiliary aids or services in attending or participating in the meeting should call the city clerk's office at 650-991-8078 as soon as possible. All right. Let's all stand for the pledge of the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Madam City Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Present.
Dr. Rod,
Present.
Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, present.
Ms. Manalo.
Present. Thank you very much. Today, our proclamation is for American Heart Month 2024. Whereas the month of February was first designated as American Heart Month on December 30th, 1963, and whereas heart disease has been the leading cause of death in the United States since 1950, with currently more than 805,000 people having a heart attack annually, and the disease claiming the lives of more than 695,000 people each year. And whereas during American Heart Month, we raise awareness of the risk of heart disease, remember those we have lost, and highlight steps we can all take to save the lives of countless loved ones and address the unequal burden of heart disease in high-risk communities. And whereas through research and innovation, we have made considerable progress in recent years to advance our knowledge and treatment of heart disease. And whereas new technologies allow us to diagnose, prevent, and treat heart disease more rapidly and effectively than ever before, and have a better understanding of heart disease risk factors such as high blood pressure, bad cholesterol, smoking, being overweight or obese, and type 2 diabetes. And whereas engaging in regular physical activity, maintaining a healthy diet and weight, managing stress, avoiding smoking, vaping, and getting quality sleep each night can all reduce the risk of heart disease and help people live longer, healthier lives. And whereas while it is essential to see a healthcare professional if you have symptoms or risk factors related to heart disease, research shows that taking a little time each day to promote a healthy lifestyle can improve your long-term heart health. And whereas the City of Daly City honor those who have lost their lives to heart disease and raise awareness of the actions we can all take to prevent it, and continuing to fight against cardiovascular disease, which is crucial in improving our nation's public health. Now, therefore, I, Jocelyn C. Manalo, Mayor, and the members of the City Council of the City of Daly City do hereby proclaim February 2024 as American Heart Month and encourage all Daly City residents and workers to increase their knowledge and awareness of heart health and ways to reduce the heart risk of heart disease to live longer, healthier lives. Thank you. Any of my colleagues have comments in regards to the proclamation? Vice Mayor?
I think this is a proclamation to talk about wellness. I think it's more than just the physical health, but also the emotional, mental health. That when we talk about stress, and everybody, I could probably say that a lot of people here suffer from anxiety, a lot of stress, and sometimes people don't have the time to go work out, but just taking those extra times just to be around community does a lot. Taking the stairs instead of elevators, those small things can provide emotional and spiritual health that can help this, especially knowing my community that suffers from a lot of heart disease. So thank you, Mayor, for introducing this proclamation.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember DiGiovanni?
Thank you. Well, given the fact my father was a firefighter, and many of you know, and you guys are in labor too, a lot of stresses come with these jobs, with our police, fire, and public works, and many jobs. So he had his first heart attack when he's in his 30s. Then he had eight strokes after that. So in retirement, so you don't get your full retirement sometimes, and had to forced to retire in 58 because of injuries while a firefighter. But the stressors are there when you retire because your body also is so used to working. So you have to find a balance. That's the complete thing. Find your outlet. Find some kind of outlet to do paint or music or what have you. Because Italian Jewish family, he was a smoker as a firefighter off and on, believe it or not. I'm telling on him, sorry. And it was difficult for him to quit. But if it's not just smoking, you can still have a heart attack or anything related. We can't see what's in our body, but I also think that you can do it with your connection with the emotions. And if you just center yourself, or if you're like even tonight and you have things on the agenda and you're thinking about them, and you just got to focus and breathe, relax, and think about it's you know what you're doing for the betterment of everyone. And you do it with your heart, but you do it with your heart in a good way. And that will protect you, I think, from having any heart disease. So that's what I say. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Sylvester?
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to be silent on this, but a lot of good points came up in this proclamation, and Councilmember DiGiovanni what she said kind of prompted me to speak, and basically I want to speak from experience.
Yeah.
As a retired police officer, there's a study done and say when police officers retire, based upon the types of stress that they've gone through, in my case, 33 years, they generally pass away after 5.
Yeah.
And I was trying to do the math here, but it should be easy. I retired in 2011, and it's been 12 years already. What Councilmember DiGiovanni says is you got to get out there and do something. And that's why I'm here doing something. Yes, it can be stressful, but at the same time, it's something to do. So the awareness of this proclamation is very, very important. Every individual is different. So thank you so much for the proclamation, and I'm in deep support, and thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sylvester. I think, proclaiming this is important so that we have a holistic approach to health and well-being. The number one disease that kills women is actually heart disease. And so I think, we have to remind each other to, like Vice Mayor said, a holistic approach, mentally, physically, and even those little steps. You're reminding me now, because I usually take the elevator. Now, what I'm going to do is take the steps up to our offices. But all those little pieces make a difference, and it's important that as a community together, we acknowledge how we are doing much more better. We have national fitness sites that have been added to our parks. One at the senior older adult site in Westlake, and then also at Lincoln Park. So, we're trying our best to be able to add all of these additions for the health and well-beings of our community. Thank you. And now we're going to be moving on to the approval of the minutes for the regular meeting of February 12, 2024. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to approve?
I have a first. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye, or actually, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Aye.
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo.
Aye, thank you very much. Now moving on to public appearances and oral communications. Madam City Clerk, thank you very much. Just for general public comment, please. Okay, thank you.
Approval of the
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. And before going into our public comment, may I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve?
Do I have a
second.
second? All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you very much. Now moving on to, this is all one area, just general public comment. Okay. Item number 9. Yeah, they're not in. Okay, so this is for general public comment. May I have Nick for general, this is for general public comment. Just making sure this is for general public comment,
Yes, I have 2 comments tonight. This is the first. Thank you.
please.
So good evening, everybody. One, I noticed today is an eventful day for our city on this agenda tonight. One of the items I want to speak on, I'll speak on later, but I did notice that there is an appointment process and an elections process being discussed here tonight. One of the things as a former elected official in this city and area is that our city is behind in terms of its obligation to commit to district elections. As the largest city, or among the largest cities in our county, it behooves us to be ahead of that process in the county. However, we are behind. In fact, we are the only city here, Daly City, that does not have district elections of our size in this county. That said, there is an election this year, as we all know. Our city should be compliant with that under the state law and California Voting Rights Act. We should have already been ahead of this process. So I will urge the council by the next agendized meeting to have a plan in place to have district elections for Daly City in concert with, of course, elementary school district where the demography will overlap and where the demographics overlap with the Jefferson Union High School district. That should be in consideration as well. However, our time is of the essence. We have a special election here to fill a vacant seat at our city council level, a number of important issues to deal with ongoing, and of course, to be in compliance with the state law that governs any major city in the state of California. So without this in place, our city will be subject to fees and fines and other regulations. And so I would urge the council to get ahead of this and have this in place by next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Calling up Sam Finau for general public comment. Let's see. Sam Finau, general public comment. Ooh. Welcome.
Good evening, Council. I'd like to speak, I'm here to speak on the character and influence Manufo Liang'ai Anuai has on my community. I'm speaking as a member of the Pacific Islander community living here in Daly City. Again, my name is Sam Finau, and I'm a people leader for a major biotech in South San Francisco, but also a proud member of Daly City. I've lived in Daly City since 2008. My wife was born and raised in the Westboro community. I've been to countless events thrown by the local Pacific Island community, whether it be a local church fundraiser, Pacific Island Award ceremony, an evening youth event thrown by Samoan Solutions, a nonprofit organization, or celebration of a high schooler receiving a scholarship to the University of California. Manufo has been the common denominator and backbone for these community events. My wife, a Filipino American who's too shy to speak, has this to say. Manufo makes us feel seen. I've lived in Daly City all my life, born and raised, and this is the first time I've bumped into any council member on numerous occasions in the community. I'm here today to support someone who sees me, and I'm returning the favor. We're here in support of appointing Manufo as we are in support of positive change now. I myself grew up in East Palo Alto, East Menlo Park area in the early 90s, so subjectively, I'm all too familiar with misrepresentation and lack of resources. Manufo represents my demographic that oftentimes is hardly seen other than on a sports field or a crime statistic, but she wants to make a change. Please always remember that our city's most beloved asset are its people, and Manufo Liangai Anoa'i represents the best Daly City has to offer. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Gaynor Siataga. Okay, I'll put that. Yeah. And then after Gaynor Siataga, we'll have Junior Tagata. Go ahead.
Hi, Councilman. My name is Gaynor Ansiatanga. I am here to ask you, amazing councilman, to be part of a historical moment by voting for Manufo Anoa'i to be the interim mayor. Why historical? For decades, our Pacific Islanders have contributed hugely to our cities, state, and our country. Yet we go unseen and unheard. When you choose Manufo Anoa'i for interim mayor, she will be the first Pacific Islander to be in that position in the Bay Area. But the additional reason you all should vote for her is because she always stands for the betterment of all communities, and she brings 4 decades of, sorry, I'm out of breath, 4 decades of policy, political, and community experience. Set the bar that Daly City cares of the importance of diversity, equity, and humanity by voting for Manufo Anoa'i. Thank you.
Thank you. Manufo Liagari Anoa'i. Manufo.
Good evening in Talofa, honorable council members. I am here this evening on the shoulders of my ancestors, as I know there's an agenda item that you will be discussing later. However, I wanted to bring forth what has been sitting in my heart and that has also been demonstrated in this past election when citizens of our city participated in the electoral process. While 10 years I've been sitting as elected in this city, I sought to sit next to all of you. My hope is that you will take into consideration that the voters have spoken this past election, and while the 3 seats have been occupied by those who secured the highest votes, I sit as number 4. My ask of you tonight is to consider that option as an alternative while you are looking at agenda item 11 to look at an application process. My hope is that you may consider me as an alternative. As I mentioned, I am the next in line as far as the polls have demonstrated in our last election. My proven leadership as a community member, as a committed, elected, and effective public servant, not a politician, I believe has demonstrated that I make decisions in partnership with my colleagues to institute good policies that impact positive change for our residents, and that I work from a foundation of respect, integrity, fairness, and as a steward of goodwill. I love our community. I love that I walked into this room today and other people love it just as much as I. I continue to appreciate the opportunities of service that I've been afforded, as sitting in seats of leadership is a privilege. Where we get to serve and not be served. I'm almost done. I beg your grace,
I'll allow you.
Mayor. Thank you so much. The council sets the direction of our city by implementing effective policies, and its members take an oath to model strong leadership, honesty, and courageous voices. I understand the importance of that kind of leadership, and I will always unapologetically use my voice for the people of this community and for what is right. And that is what you can count on with me. While I appreciate the application process that is on the floor tonight to be discussed, I hope that as a representative, that you, council members, may consider the option of appointment that has been informed by citizens of our city. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my heart to all of you this evening. God bless you with continued wisdom, grace, compassion to lead this city and to continue to do what is right. I thank the community members who are here tonight to stand with me, and I hope that you will consider the option that is coming from the voices of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Good evening. I think I missed the car. I'm JR.
There.
Yeah. So I'm here to support my sister who just went down, Manufo. I've known Manufo for quite a long time, and everything about her that I know of speaks to our community as quality. Quality, well-spoken, know what she's talking about. She's somebody who makes things happen, right? I work in San Francisco, and I've been around the whole politics stuff for the last couple of years. And this is one thing I know is that when it comes to politics, you need somebody who can make things happen. Okay, Manufo is that person. She started a few things. One of the things I realized, the beauty of PI, the PI community, it's very inclusive of everyone, bringing people together. She's run this after-school program, or rather a summer program with a bunch of kids. And it runs up to like 200 kids, and it's everybody's kid. It's not just PI kids. And the reason why I say that is because we're the kind of people that end up being a blessing to the community. And I'm talking not just the PI community, but everybody. That's the kind of leadership you need. So not only is she smart, strong, right, and somebody who can get things done, right, she's valuable to you guys. She's valuable to this community. And if you give her that chance, right, if you give her that chance to stand in that leadership seat, she will make you guys proud. But not only that, she'll be a blessing to this community, but not only that, because Daly City is a great city. I was just reading up on y'all city. It's awesome. I want to now move to Daly City. But I live in South San Francisco, and I don't think I'll ever move. But listen to what I'm saying. Choose the right people. You guys have an opportunity to make history right here. First PI to ever hit any mayor, I think, right? But it's not about the seat. It's about getting things done. Anybody can get elected. Y'all know that. But who's going to do the work? Who's going to actually do the work for the community, for the people? At the end of the day, it's the people that suffer. There's an African proverb that goes like this: when the elephants fight, the ones who get hurt is the grass. When leadership, they fight, you guys start arguing and doing this and that, right? The people get hurt. John, I forget his name, he's a leadership guy. And he says, organizations rise and they fall on leadership. Manufo is that person you guys need. And it's an easy thing. Just slide around into the seat and keep going, right? You know how we do. You know how we do. And y'all can make that thing happen. make that thing happen, not for her. We're talking about for the people, right? For the people, not just the PI people, not just for the Filipinos, our beautiful Filipino people, not just for the whites, not for the Asians, but for everybody. Everybody. Cool? My name is Junior Tangata, and I approve this message. God bless you.
Thank you. Val Amave. Val Amave, please come up. And then after Val Amave, Tiffany Hatau.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Talavo Mavai, and also to the fellow council members. As we come together to address the vacancy on our esteemed council, I rise to advocate for a candidate who not only possesses a proven track record of community engagement, but also earned the trust and support of our residents in the previous election. Manu Fo's dedication to serving our community is evident not only through her years of grassroots activism, but also by the fact that she was the next top vote earner in the previous election. This demonstrates the overwhelming support and confidence our constituents have in her ability to represent their interests and concerns. From spearheading initiatives for affordable housing to advocating for equitable access to education, Manu Fo has consistently fought for the betterment of our city. Her background in urban planning and public policy equips her with the knowledge and skills necessary to address the pressing issues facing our community, while her collaborative approach ensures that all voices are heard and valued in the decision-making process. But beyond her qualifications, Manu Fo embodies the values of integrity, empathy, and inclusivity that are essential for effective leadership. As a proud immigrant and woman of color, she understands firsthand the importance of representation and the need for equitable opportunities for all residents. In conclusion, I urge you to consider Manu Fo Liainga Anuai as the rightful successor to former Councilman Buenaventura. Her overwhelming support from the previous election, coupled with her passion, experience, and commitment to justice, make her more than qualified to serve on this very council. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Reno Anoy. Oh, after Tiffany. So Tiffany, then Reno. Thank you very much.
Good evening, honorable council members of Daly City of Daly City. My name is Tiffany Uhila Hautau. I am also a San Mateo County Juvenile Justice Commissioner for District 4. I'm here this evening to ditto a lot of what has been said. I think the credibility is already there. I'm here also to urge the council to appoint Manufo Liangi Anawai for the open seat. And just consider it, and please, like Reverend said, just slide her right in, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Reno, and then Bridget Badsao.
Good evening, council and members of our beloved city of Daly City. I stand before you all today as a son of a faithful servant of our city and community in several capacities, communities, and neighborhoods right here in our city, whose experience and qualifications have and will continue to greatly benefit our city if appointed to this seat. I also want to acknowledge that I stand before you tonight as a son of Daly City, a son of a city whose systems and governing bodies and affordable resources and policies have not always effectively served me and people from my community that look like me, or from all marginalized communities that surround us tonight. And while this story is unfortunate, it's not unique. We are at a crossroads, though. We are provided with an opportunity for growth, for change, an opportunity for an expansion of true diversity, equity, and inclusion in Daly City. And you guys know that because you guys all endorsed her in the past. Appointing trustee Manufo Liainganawai to our city council means appointing a partner in the meaningful work that has produced answers for youth that look like me when there were none. It means appointing 30 plus years of experience in leadership and government roles and spaces that our city would greatly benefit from. It means appointing transparency and effectiveness that over 100 plus elected officials and organizations across our country endorsed and supported over the last 3 elections. The nationwide support for Manufo Liainganawai has spoken. Her track record and her work and qualifications have spoken. The city of Daly City, who voted her in as the next high vote earner in the last election, have spoken. Tonight, we as a community, we stand here today and we vote and speak for her. Our hope is that this governing body, which is comprised of elected officials who believed in her in the past, will consider our humble urge. We hope to appoint a qualified, elected, fair, and transparent woman to our city council. And it's imperative that we appoint someone with experience, as this person who fills this seat will hit the ground running. Consider Manufo, please, not because she's my mom, not because she's my boss, but because she does the work faithfully, and you guys know that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Sam Tagalog. After Bridget. After Bridget. Yeah. Just
Good evening, council members. My name is Bridget Badasso. I am the commission manager for the San Francisco Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing. I've worked and known Manufo for a long time, but specifically 8 years during Mayor Willie Brown's tenure. She began as one of his schedulers, but he quickly saw the love and passion that Manufo had for the Polynesian community and quickly moved her over to his liaison to the Outer Mission and Ingleside District and Polynesian community. I then watched Manufo do amazing things in her appointed community advocacy position. Her loyalty and commitment has been proven time and time again, year after year, and I'm standing before you to ask that you please make the obvious choice and appoint Manufo to the City Council. Thank you.
thank you.
Good evening, Council. I stand up here with a humble heart. There's no need to echo what's already been said about Manufo Liainganawai. Not only I'm speaking up here, as her bloodline relative, but I speak as an organization leader myself. For the last 10 years, I run a program where I help a lot of kids. I understand the true meaning of leadership. We have a saying in my program is, a kid on the field is a kid off the street. I learned that from leaders like Manufo, the voice of so many of our people. But I don't speak on just my culture or my people. I'm over here talking about the work she do for the entire culture and people of Daly City, in other communities as well, in other counties. Her work is proven. One word that came to mind has only been mentioned once here tonight was qualified. She is the most qualified person next in for that seat. I stand over here, I think we only make up, we're still considered other here in the city of Daly City. And out of that 10%, the other that makes up that population in this community, in this county, I think we only make 2% of that. But in that 2%, there's a larger percentage in that 2% that are active right now that's doing work for the community. We need somebody who can echo our voices in that seat. I stand here with a humble ask, is that you do the next most qualified person. And like Junior said, just move her right on in, man. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hiba and Peter. Is it Hiba and Peter? So Hiba first, then Peter.
You don't want to go first? want to go first?
I'm scared stiff. You go ahead, sis.
Welcome.
Welcome. Good evening, council and community. My name is Hiba. I'm an organizer with For Daly City, a former student of the Jefferson Union High School District. I went to Westmore High School. I have lived in Daly City for my entire life. I have went to school here from elementary school to middle school and high school. You council members are actually the reason I started organizing, and you know why. You have failed our community over and over again. You have failed to stand with our community when there were ICE raids happening in your own city. You have failed our community when Roger Allen was murdered by the Daly City Police Department, a black man sitting in a car with a flat tire. You know the pain of our community, and you continue to ignore it to this day. When his own family begged you for recognition and compassion as the bare minimum, you guys still failed to do that. And I hope you are ashamed of yourselves. You have failed our community and our youth over the last couple of years when we have begged you over and over again to save the only community garden in Daly City. Tell me what other outdoor spaces are available here for our youth. And you are currently failing your community by not acknowledging the humanity of your Palestinian constituents. During this time of extreme despair, when hate crimes against Palestinian and Muslims have gone up by more than 300%, in the last 5 months, by not calling for an immediate permanent ceasefire in Gaza, do the lives of my family members matter to you enough, Council? I am a Palestinian community member in your city. The death toll in Gaza is about to reach 40,000, more than half of that amount being children. If my family didn't leave Palestine, I could have been one of those children, and I wouldn't be here standing in front of you today. 3 Palestinian men in Vermont were shot at for wearing a keffiyeh like this one, and one is paralyzed for the rest of his life. Wadia El Fayoum is a 6-year-old boy who was stabbed by his landlord 26 times after October 7th just for being Palestinian. When are you going to acknowledge it? Are you too comfortable in your seats as council members doing nothing of actual substance? When there are people in your city who have lost more than 20, 30, 40, even 60 family members in one airstrike. But anyways, the main reason why I'm here today is to represent our youth in Daly City, who want to see the community gardens survive, who have been positively impacted by this sacred green space that has been cultivated by your community over the last 2 decades.
I'll allow you.
I only have like 2 sentences left. Regardless of what your views are on this project, we all need to acknowledge that there needs to be more outdoor spaces for our youth and more greenery for the concrete jungle that is Daly City. Your youth 2 years ago were nonstop protesting because they wanted to see the garden survive. I support teachers. I was a student in your district. There can be alternatives. And 10 years from now, when the school district runs out of money again, you are going to come across the same problem. How are you going to address this systemic issue 10 years from now? Thank you.
Peter?
Hello, City Council and community members. As a proud member of Daly City myself, community, and also a business manager, my capacity as a business manager of roofers and waterproofers Local 40 that represent that part of this jurisdiction in San Mateo. I stand before you in message of support from Manufo Liaing Anuai. So her deep roots in Daly City spanning over many decades, I believe, have been nurtured by her dedication to serving our community in various capacities, from her advocacy on the Jefferson Elementary School District all the way back to her time as a liaison for the city and county in San Francisco. Now, Manufo consistently demonstrated her commitment to uplifting the voices of our communities, ensuring that all our voices are going to be heard, and also fostering positive change. Now, in Samoan, we have a saying in our Samoan culture, "Oleala pule tautua." Simply put, that the road or the path to leadership is through service. And Manufo embodies this profound principle to a T. Her leadership extends beyond her political offices. It is seen by many of us here in our communities through our culture events, our church gatherings, our youth activities. She's always working to bring positive change and empowering our future generations. Now, I know this because I've known Manufo since our days growing up here back in school in San Francisco and San Mateo counties. Now, my record has not always been as clean and as pristine as hers, in our county, but I am still a witness to her passions for serving her community. That has not changed or unwavered a bit, not at all. So, I think that her intimate knowledge of our city and her commitment to serving our community, Daly, I think, is an ideal person to take this seat. So with this consideration, this appointment for City Council, I also like to recognize that Manufo is not just a candidate, but I believe that she's an embodiment of the Daly City's values, its aspirations, and its potential. So I urge you all to join me in supporting the appointment, knowing that Manufo is the right person that can help us in this capacity. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Anna Pitero.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Anna Pitero. I'm a school board member at Fairfield Sassoon Unified School District. I'm here speaking on my behalf as an individual, on behalf of Ms. Manufo Anua'i. And the reason I'm speaking on her behalf is in terms of appointing her the next City Council member, is in the interest of democracy. When Ms. Manufo Anua'i ran for City Council, she got 6,800 votes, almost 7,000 votes. If you were, as a City Council, to appoint someone, that would be 4 votes. That isn't democracy. When almost 7,000 people voted for her, I think that's representative enough of democracy and equity in order to put her in that seat, to represent not only the Pacific Islander community, who has done so much to contribute not only to the Bay Area, but specifically to Daly City. Generation after generation, our people have contributed. And Ms. Manufo Anua'i stands on those shoulders, and she has demonstrated through her hard work and perseverance what she has done and what she can do more for this community if you appoint her and listen to the voters, 6,800 of them, in the interest of democracy, rather than appoint someone from 4 of you. Listen to the voices of over 6,800 people and appoint her as the next City Council in this interim. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Seeing no other general public comment, I want to thank all of those that spoke this evening. We are now moving on to our consent agenda.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to pull item 5, 6, and 7.
Okay, with the exception of item 5, 6, and 7, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you very much. Item number 5, approve co-hosting the Pacific Islanders Together 10th Annual Shine Family Day Festival at Gellert Park. We have Leilani here.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Before you this evening is a request for approval to co-host the Pacific Islands Together 10th Annual Shine Family Day Festival at Gellert Park on Saturday, May 18, 2024, and waive fees for Gellert Park picnic shelters, clubhouse, and athletic fields. By way of background, Pacific Islands Together is a nonprofit organization founded in 2012 with a central goal of nurturing community unity. PIT has been committed to offering support through impactful programming, creating platforms for artists to express themselves through cultural programs and events, prioritizing good health and wellness, and serving those in need within our community. PIT is inviting the Daly City Council to co-host the 10th Annual Shine Family Day Festival at Gellert Park on Saturday, May 18, 2024, from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Shine focuses on celebrating all cultures and bringing families and the community together. The 10th anniversary event will include a parade, entertainment, Who's Got Talent competition, sports clinics and competitions, and resource, merchandise, and food vendors. As a co-host, the city would host the event at Gellert Park, promote the event to Daly City community, and provide staff resources such as tables and chairs in kind. The council may consider becoming a co-host and waiving fees and other requirements for the rental of the Gellert Park complex from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Staff is available to provide any additional information desired by the council. We have our founder and president of Pacific Islands Together, Reina Miafua, also in attendance, as well as Becca. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is Miss Reina here? Oh, yeah. Please come up, Miss Reina. Welcome. This is really exciting to see that this event is going to be hosted at Gellert Park, as we have renovated the park and been able to do a lot of work with PIT, the tremendous work that you all do with the food distributions. We were just here in the beginning of the year to honor Pacific Islanders Together and the tremendous work that you all do with the Christmas giveaway. So I'd like to give you the floor to talk about your amazing event, to be able to share with the community what Pacific Islanders Together has done.
Thank you so much. I wasn't ready to come up here and speak, you know. Thank you, Mayor Manalo, as well as our council members. I appreciate this opportunity, but I think Leilani laid out what it's going to be like on the day of the Shine. The Shine is actually an event that will bring all of us together in one place, that we can celebrate all of us, not just one group, all our groups to come together and just understand each other, understand each other's culture. And it's just a place for us just to thank God that we have a platform, that we could be to come together as one. I don't have much more to say. I'm not a public speaker. I was appointing my daughter Becca to come up here, but she's hiding back there, honestly. But my heart, you all know my heart, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart for giving us this opportunity to have this platform for us to share our cultures and understand each other. That's the big thing, is to understand each other's culture. And if we don't come together in this space, we're not going to understand who you are, who the person next to you really is. So in order to do that, you allowed us to have this platform. And thank you, Mayor. I appreciate you for giving us this opportunity. I appreciate you for always acknowledging PIT. We're just here to serve. That's it. We don't need that acknowledgement. Only God can give us that. We're just here to give back and to serve. Appreciate you, Glenn. I appreciate you for always being there. Pam, Rod, thank you so much. God bless you all. And there's nothing more else to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember DiGiovanni.
I pulled the item because I wanted to make sure you knew that how much you mean in this community.
Thank
and
you.
when you and your members, Teresa Fapua, and is she in the back as well? I don't know why the pit members don't come up over here.
Yeah.
So that they do their toy drive, they do in the Bayshore, and the children come from everywhere. And they never miss a beat. They do it with our firefighters, our police officers, and it's incredible. They do the food drive. I'm humbled to volunteer for the food drive with you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks to the high school district. We've been doing that for years, even through COVID, and because I want to make sure I acknowledge them. And now you bring it to the city, and it's a perfect celebration that we celebrate with you, for you, and to all the pit members in the back. And is Ruthie and everybody, if they could come up, that'd be great. And thank you, Leilani. Thank you to the city manager and everybody that organized everything. Looking forward to it. And,
Oh, yes.
yes.
Thank you to the city manager. I'm so sorry, Piccolotti. I didn't even see you there. But no, honestly, thank you. Because without you, and actually being the grassroots of this and starting it and having a conversation, I don't think that we'd be standing here today. And I thank you for bringing it up. This is just the beginning, and hopefully we'll continue on. You know, it's years to come, and it will be shine. You know, it'll be it's a perfect word for each and every one of us, right?
Thank you for always being so humble.
Oh,
Yeah.
God
That's your
bless you
culture.
all.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Thank you
ma'am.
so much.
Are there any other comments from my colleagues? Vice Mayor Dasmagwal.
Okay.
Um,
Yes, Rod.
I think this is a no-brainer. I just want to give you everybody the props and the folks that came out today. I don't see why we wouldn't support it. I feel like hopefully we could institutionalize it. It could be like every year. But you got my support.
Thank you.
Mine too.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sylvester.
Ms. Reyna,
Yes, thank you.
it's about time. This is long overdue.
Amen.
I appreciate going to Jefferson for selfish reasons because I only live 4 blocks away. But I still would drive and try to find a parking spot, but I'm looking forward to this event. I'd like to congratulate PIT and the
Thank you.
movement that's been happening here. As you made mention, you had mentioned Mr. Piccolotti, who was very instrumental in finding PIT a home, to which I won't forget in the
Yes.
Bay.
Thank you. Yes.
I remember coming down to the opening, and I saw a gentleman there at the opening, and I looked at him, and I says, I want a shirt like yours.
Oh, yes.
And that was a 4X.
I thought it was an extra large.
Oh, no, oh, no.
Okay, it was a 4X?
4X.
Oh, my bad.
I'm saying that for a reason.
Okay.
Because when I come to Shine at Gellert Park, I expect an extra large. Or,
Did you hear that, Teresa?
but I'm definitely looking forward to it. And again, if you can only know what I feel inside, and
Thank
this
you.
has been long overdue and coming.
Thank you.
So good luck to you. Congratulations to PIT, and I hope for further success.
Thank you.
And continue the great work that you do for our community and
Thank
the
you.
entire organization. Thank you,
Thank you.
thank you, and thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the continued work. 10 years of having Pacific Islanders together. Shine event is huge.
Thank you.
Now we're going to have it at Gellert Park. I hear a parade is in its
Yes.
works.
Parade.
And Reina, you know how much we love and support Pacific Islanders together.
I know you do.
Ever
Thank you.
since Lawson Hall.
Right. Thank you.
Way back then, in order to find a permanent space for you.
Right.
I think sustainability and longevity and partnership is what it's all about with our community together, you know. And so I've seen that ever since going to Jefferson High School and all of the love from the communities that unite together, and Shine embodies that. So
Thank you.
it's an exciting event ahead, and for all of those that are in the audience, don't miss it. It's
Yeah.
gonna be amazing.
Yeah. Thank you.
And so with that, I'm happy to move and approve the co-hosting of Pacific Islanders Together's 10th Annual Shine Family Day Festival at Gellert Park. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, may we have roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni,
Absolutely, yes.
Dr. Rod,
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester,
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo.
Aye, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello, Pitts members.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 6, approve resolution in support of Senate Bill 915, the Autonomous Vehicle Service Deployment Data Transparency Act.
Good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Before you this evening is a request to adopt a resolution in support of Senate Bill 915 for the Autonomous Vehicle Service Deployment and Data Transparency Act. By way of background, recent incidents involving driverless vehicles in California have raised significant concerns regarding public safety, emergency response, and community disruption. These incidents have highlighted the need for comprehensive legislation to address the deployment and regulation of autonomous vehicle services. Senate Bill 915, introduced by Senator Dave Cortese on January 9, 2024, aims to prioritize local control in the deployment of autonomous vehicle services. The bill seeks to empower local governments to regulate and oversee the operation of self-driving vehicles within their jurisdictions, ensuring the safety of pedestrians, passengers, and other road users. SB 915 proposes a community-centered approach, allowing local governments to enact ordinances authorizing the deployment of autonomous vehicle services in specific geographical locations. Additionally, the bill provides flexibility for local authorities to establish rules and regulations tailored to their community's unique needs, including fare rates, vehicle caps, data transparency, emergency responder, interoperability, ADA accessibility, and health and safety inspections. The bill has garnered support from various organizations, including the California League of Cities, the California Labor Federation, and the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors. By supporting Senate Bill 915, the Daly City Council acknowledges the importance of prioritizing local control and community input in the deployment of autonomous vehicle services. The bill aligns with the city's commitment to ensuring public safety and addressing the concerns raised by residents regarding the operation of driverless vehicles. SB 915 provides a framework for effective regulation and oversight, enabling local governments to implement policies that safeguard the well-being of their communities while promoting innovation in transportation. By endorsing this legislation, the City Council demonstrates its dedication to enhancing road safety, managing traffic congestion, and fostering sustainable mobility solutions. The resolution directs the mayor to issue a letter expressing support for Senate Bill 915 and encourages other jurisdictions to join in advocating for its passage. Through collective action, we can advance policies that promote responsible deployment of autonomous vehicle services and create safe, more resilient communities for all residents. And staff is available to provide any additional information.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Leilani. Council Member DiGiovanni.
Yeah, one of the reasons I pulled this is we all know about these AV with the Waymo, the cruise. They're supposed to have a 120-day currently that they're supposed to be having a review. Well, I wanted to report it, and I reported it to the Teamsters on Sunday, that here in Daly City at 10:06 a.m., at the corner of Bradley and Southgate Avenue, Waymo was seen, and I saw it for myself. At 1 o'clock at John Daly Boulevard and Lake Merced Boulevard at the cross street, I saw Waymo again. So I'm putting them on notice, and I suggest that we all sign this letter together to give it more power, more strength, more voices together, so as we can stand together with all the unions, the Teamsters, so we can save jobs, as that's a big part of it, and public safety. Because enough is enough, and the CPUC, we need our control, our safety for our law enforcement, our first responders. Incidents have already occurred in other cities, and we're not going to let it happen here. And I request that we all sign the letter, and we add in the letter something about with the language that has resonated everywhere with the Teamsters. When you go to rallies and everywhere else, it's about saving jobs, and it's about public safety. So I thank you, Leilani, and I thank all my council members. I think we're all in support of that, and that we need to let the Teamsters know we're in solidarity together, and with all the Labor Council, the California Labor Council, and I'm sure our NorCal carpenters do not want to be on the road with this either, and stop taking our jobs. And it's a no Waymo for me, or no AV.
Thank you
very much.
Councilmember DiGiovanni. I just want to be very clear to everyone in the audience that this was agendized through, if you have read in the Mercury News, that local control is so important.
Oh, no, I knew that.
In the same way that we have this agendized this evening, right away when we saw that there's an overhaul in our communities where local control is being stripped, I just want to let everyone know that in the Mercury, I made a comment and said that it's important for our communities to chime in to ensure that there's safety, to ensure that, especially around that, there needs to be more and more opportunities to ensure the safety guard. If we look at our communities today where there's actually so much pedestrian fatalities, this is another layer. And of course, in solidarity with our labor and our unions and the Teamsters, this is on the docket today. I want to acknowledge Leilani and Tom for responding very quickly when I said to put this on the agenda this evening. And so I urge my colleagues to support this as well. This was through an initiation to ensure the safety of our community. And with that, if there's any comments, Vice Mayor, do you have any comments? Do you have any comments, Councilmember Sylvester?
None.
Thank you very much. So I move to approve this item. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Actually, may we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni?
Aye.
Dr. Rod?
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester?
Len Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo?
Thank you very much. Leilani, thank you for your hard work. City Manager Picoletti, thank you for responding, both of you right away to do the research as well as ensuring that our communities are safe. Thank you. Now moving on to item number 7. Oh, once again.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Staff recommends that the City Council set March 11, 2024 at 7 p.m. as the date and time for a public hearing. Ordinance adding Chapter 2.60 to the Daly City Municipal Code, establishing a Women's Commission. By way of background, at the Budget Priority Study Sessions on March 25th, 2023 and April 17, 2023, the City Council reaffirmed their commitment to women's rights when they identified researching a Women's Commission as a priority for fiscal year 2024, following then Vice Mayor Jesslyn Manalo's introduction of the priority. Providing a platform for women's voices to be heard is another step closer to achieving equity in the city of Daly City. As March is celebrated as Women's History Month, which commemorates the vital role of women in American history, and March 8, 2024 is International Women's Day, it is fitting to consider the formation of a Women's Commission in the city of Daly City on March 11, 2024. Staff is available for any questions.
Thank you so much, Leilani, for your work on this. I want to acknowledge my colleagues. During our budget session last year, I had introduced this opportunity to have a women's commission locally here in the city of Daly City, given that we slightly tip over, I think 51% women in our community. This is something that has been in the works, and it looks like we're going to be able to have this come into fruition with the support of my colleagues this evening. It's so important to have the local voice and the voices of our community at these commissions. And hearing from them, the ideas, hearing from them first and foremost, how can we advance just really the quality of life of our community members, especially whether it be single mothers out there, whether it is opportunities to enhance more equity towards the future generation or intergenerationally. I'm happy to see this item today on consent. As Vice Mayor said earlier, with the other items, it's a no-brainer. This is something that is extremely passionate about. And you know, if you look in actually the chamber halls, we actually now have a nursing station for women. When I was pregnant during one of my terms, I realized the opportunity to have adequate nursing station was important, and for mothers that are coming to city council meetings to have a safe, healthy place to nurse as well. And so these are just some of the ideas, and we love to hear from our future women commissioners. And this is extremely exciting this evening that it's on the docket. And so Councilmember DiGiovanni, go ahead.
Yes. I'd like to defer to Councilmember Sylvester first, if he has any comments, because I usually speak first, if he would like to say anything.
Go ahead,
And then I'll
Councilmember
speak.
Sylvester. You have the
thank-
floor.
Thank you so much. A couple of questions that I have. Who would pick the commissioners for this commission?
So it will be proposed at the public hearing that each council member will have one selection, which is in line with our other commissions.
And will this commission consist of all women?
That is intended, yes.
You said that's intended?
Yes.
Yes, it is, okay. I'm sorry. You had made mention at the last budget priorities survey, this was one of the issues that we discussed?
That is correct, council member.
Yes, okay. Well, quite honestly, I beg to differ because I have a synopsis of what we discussed, and there were some items of priority to which basically the budget, and I couldn't find anything on that last budget meeting.
We're happy to provide a copy of the budget PowerPoint, council member.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And I'm deeply concerned. You had indicated in your staff report that there would be no cost involved
At this time,
at this time.
should any costs come up through when the Women's Commission, if and so established, when items are brought forth from the commissioners, at that time, council will have, it will be brought to the city council if there are items that will have a fiscal impact.
Fiscal impact. Any sort of fiscal impact, can we obtain a pro forma as to how much staff time and what it would cost for staff to basically assist this commission?
We can gather that information.
Okay. My comments would be, I think in the absence of having the information as to what we discussed as a budget priority, I feel that this matter should be put aside for two reasons. One is, I didn't see it in the budget priorities survey that we filled out. And two, I'm concerned, basically, I'd like to make a suggestion, instead of a women's commission, but we create a commission pertaining to all social issues as possible, whether it be women, whether it be LGBTQ, whether it be the Hispanic community, basically issues, so that we can come under one roof, so that we don't end up creating a commission for this, a commission for that. And lastly, in the absence of having a full council here, and by your very words, each council member, he or she would have the ability to appoint. If we were to set a time and place to develop this commission, basically that commission would not be full. We'd be missing a commissioner. So I think we do have a budget meeting coming up this weekend. And I feel that we should look at this with a lens to move forward to create an all-encompassing commission, and as we move forward to having a full council who can participate and have commissioners on this commission, I think this matter should be tabled to a minimum of at least this coming budget meeting that we're having, and two, that we have a full council to participate on this commission. I don't see the need to move forward at this time. My thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you,
Through the mayor.
Councilmember Sylvester. I have one comment. This was proposed a year prior, and now as obviously through time, it's now come to fruition and staff has put their time to it. I understand that you have hesitations, but at this point, there's no fiscal impact unless it's gonna be staff time. But it would be the jurisdiction of the commission to be able to cross-collaborate with the Arts and Culture Commission, to cross-collaborate with the Recreation Commission around issues pertaining to women, women's health, the inequities to this day that are still happening, and really the prerogative of that commission. Yes, there's going to be another opportunity and a seat, but that does not hinder the work ahead. Once there's a council member that is filled or elected, they would be able to fill in that seat. I'm thinking we should look ahead to progress. We should look ahead to moving our communities forward. And to me, when I look at the fiscal output of it, it's staff time and collaboration with others. There is not even any, I think at one point, paying our commissioners was put on the table, and I know that you weren't in favor of that. So even our commissioners would be volunteering their time. It's another opportunity for engagement, another opportunity to bring in community members. And so, to me, it's important to move towards progress and having an opportunity to have more voices heard on a very important issue, I believe, that we have not come to parity yet. That if you look at statistics out there, that the gender pay hasn't come to equality yet. There's so many aspects of being able to ensure that there are jobs for women, that we look into the labor force and how they're also looking at opportunities to have women in the labor forces. There's so many aspects of hearing directly from voices and maybe when those that identify as women as well. And so these are my thoughts at this point.
Mayor, may I also answer the questions?
Yes.
City Attorney Zimmerman, as this being just establishing a women's commission by ordinance, it would be the first reading should the council vote to place that for March 11. Second reading would be placed March 26, and from there, if approved, it would be effective 30 days following that, correct? And in terms of staff costs, it would be absorbed with current staff costs. No additional staff time would be added as a result.
Okay, thank you for that clarity as far as staff time and costs.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Giovanni.
Thank you. Well, first of all, of course, naturally, being a member of National Council of Jewish Women, I support. Just give a little bit of history of that entails in Daly City. It's a resolution that is 16, I believe, -76. It was done in 2000, I think it's 2015. I was a resident at the time, and I helped Councilmember Canepa develop it with Emily Marase, because I was a member of Cities for CEDAW. What that means is any discrimination against women. And implementing this in here gives a lot of guide work on how the city at the time was a prior city manager. So I would respectfully ask you to review it because it has to make sure there's equal pay, and it does an analysis, and it has everything that's incorporated in what for gender equality and for women and girls. So this is already done. It was a resolution that was done then. And I have to agree with Councilmember Sylvester, only given the fact we're only going to appoint by April the 2nd, and I don't see the rush. And I also did not see anything, or I heard the word, just because we say something in a priority session, in a budget session, we all have hopes and dreams of whatever we want, but we didn't have a discussion. I think that all of us need to participate in a discussion. And so I definitely, like Councilmember Sylvester, do not remember having a discussion on this item. And I saw that it is in our budget session listed if we wanted to, in a priority, if we wanted to make it a priority. So that is already on the agenda as ordinance, and you have it on the budget session. I'm a little confused for March 2nd. For us to pick as a priority. It says women's voices. And I think we need to wait, and there's really not a hurry, and that we should give the person ample time so we can really reset the button and be all a full council together and move forward together, because we have to appoint by April 2nd anyway. It's not that far away. And I don't think it's fair that the person that we appoint, it will be after the first reading. And I would like to have more discussion on it as well with fiscal impact. And also if we could review the resolution, that would be very helpful as well, to let the city know what we already have and the employees that we already have. That was done in 2015. Thank you. But now we have new leadership. Thank you.
This was a set time in place, so the CEDA information resolution was going to be incorporated into the presentation for the full public hearing.
So respectfully, because I'm
For that
still,
clarification, I think our city staff had just mentioned, this is just setting time and place for us to have the discussion of moving forward with a women's commission.
Yeah,
and so if you want to stifle that, let's just be very clear. At the moment, this is a time and date set. Staff was actually going to include that in the documents, but I mean, if you all want to politicize this, politicize it now, because this is actually about the community. This is about the community and actually being able to move forward and having opportunities to hear directly from our residents. I don't know, you want to push for progress. You want to be able to build, we started a small business commission to hear the voices of our small business community. This is now an opportunity to give agency and a voice to women in our community. And so, that it's a time and place. That's where we're at. So Vice Mayor Das Magwal.
First of all, I can't believe this is an issue. I really can't. And why this is an important issue? We are up here in a dais and we've been hearing about equity this, equity that. I stand behind equity. Well, this is an equity issue, right? When we talk about decentering patriarchy, when we talk about giving voice to women to provide a leadership, provide a platform for them to speak out about issues that I can't talk about. I don't have a period. I can't give birth. Those are issues that's my privilege. I feel embarrassed that this is even an issue. What type of message does that send? We're just asking for a time and place. Our staff said this is not a fiscal issue. No fiscal impact. If we say, hey, we are going to cancel this, how embarrassing are we going to cancel this? What type of message does that send to my daughter? She's part of the social inclusion chair at Westmore High School for ASB. And be like, hey, you know what, daughter? You know what the people on council said? that your voice don't matter. Kind of, you know what? I'm kind of embarrassed right now that this is an issue. As a girl dad, I want the full equity for all young women, all women, to have a voice, to put their platform out. How long has government talked for women? When men talk about abortion, they're talking about women's bodies. I shouldn't even have a position on that because I don't have that biological parts to even say anything about that. Number three, it's 2024. It's important for our city or community that shows that we care about women's issues. And honestly, I'm containing myself. I feel really like riled up right now. And it's embarrassing. We're just setting a time and place. But from what I hear, it sounds a lot like a lot of patriarchal privilege, the structures of patriarchy that are being played out right now. And it's really unfortunate that we can't just make it work like clockwork. Our issues are intersectional, and it's important to recognize that women's issues are centered within what we do in Daly City. Thank you.
Mayor?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Basamakmal. Council Member DiGiovanni.
You talking about inclusion. We would like the voice of the person that's sitting on the dais. I'm not saying anything against a women's commission. I would like, we are in a different place here where we have an empty seat. We need to give that person a voice, whomever that may be, whether it's the person that was here tonight or whoever the candidate may be. I'm sure they would like to participate and have a discussion as well and help form the commission as well, to give them a voice. It's not against having a women's commission. So I don't think you respectfully to turn it on me, because I am the writer of this anti-discrimination when I worked with Canapa. Yes, I helped him. And I also sit on the National Council of Jewish Women, who is not about just Jewish women, but it's about equality for all women. So respectfully, I just want to make sure that that person has a voice too. I'm sure we can come to a consensus on a women's commission, but we didn't have the opportunity for the discussion. That's what that's about. Nor did Councilmember Sylvester.
Mayor, may I respond? I didn't turn it on you, Pam. I didn't say, Pam, we should deny this. So please, do not put words in my mouth. Okay?
Likewise, thank you.
All right? Likewise, I didn't even do so. So listen to your own voices in your own head. We're talking about institutionalization. Set precedents. Let's be bold. This is Daly City. It's 2024. We want a person, I want that person to come in here and inherit that we care about women's voices. It's nothing against you, Pam. It's beyond you. So when we talk about what we can set as precedents, when we can talk about being bold, this is one of those statements. This is one of those steps. Let them come in and be like, oh, that's what we were about? That's what I want. I want a person that's hit the ground running. Why is this a discussion? It doesn't make any sense. This is like 1950? Tripping. I'm sorry. But it just makes me so upset that this is even an issue.
Yeah, I thank you, Vice Mayor. I think that it's setting time and place. I think that it doesn't take away from another person's voice. This is progressing the community. But obviously there's a difference in that opinion where, it's already been worked on. There's no fiscal impact. And what we have on the agenda that was pulled was setting time and place. It was setting a hearing time. And so and looking at a compromise, looking at a way moving forward. I think that I'd like to understand the potential timing of having the council person and set that time and date there. I am a person that's open to hear from my colleagues. I have to agree with Vice Mayor Dasmagwal. I cannot believe we're deliberating this and this item. It's really on consent agenda. If you know what consent means, it's a lot of you have been in meetings when items are in consent agenda. And so I think there's some obvious issues around it. So I'd like to ask the city attorney in regards to an item further down the line, what is the potential proposal for having a council member on board as far as timeline?
Thank you, Mayor. We will have a further discussion on another agenda item, but it's anticipated that we would go through the appointment process application up until March 27th of 2024, hoping to get an appointment by April 1st or 2nd, which would mean that if we were successful in getting an appointment by the council, we would have the fifth council member in the first meeting in April, which is, I believe, April 8th.
April 8th.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And so with that, with this lengthy dialogue, I move to set time and place of public hearing for a proposed ordinance adding Chapter 2.60 Women's Commission set hearing on April 8th, 2024. Are there any, do I hear a second?
Second.
Point of order? I just want to know that, are we going to be able to discuss this prior to that? Because I saw it on the list of our upcoming budget meeting.
I think you can provide your input, Councilmember Giovanni.
Because Councilmember Sylvester and I were not included.
At time, and even during the conversation that we're going to have and set the time and place. I think there is plenty of opportunity, which on this dais, obviously, all of us as council members have afforded the opportunity to speak on this. And so this is time, to be very clear, time and place for hearing. And I think that when we put something on the agenda, there's opportunity to have dialogue. I think that's what we're doing today. So there'll be plenty more time for you to provide input and dialogue. There is a motion on the floor. I call the question.
Point of order.
Councilmember Sylvester, I call the question, but I will allow you for further comment.
Under Robert's Rules of Order, if I call point of order, it's not whether I'm being allowed to speak. So I would defer to the
Councilmember
city
Sylvester,
attorney.
go ahead.
Excuse me, don't interrupt, please.
Go ahead.
I'll defer it to the city attorney first. On point of order, is it available to me to call point of order?
Under Robert's Rules of Order, yes, you may call point of order through the chair.
Thank you very much. As this matter.
That's why I allowed you, Mr. Councilmember Sylvester. Go ahead.
Are you done?
No, go ahead. That's why I allowed, didn't I say?
No,
said
you
go
don't
ahead.
allow me. I call point of order, so I have the floor. Okay?
Go ahead, sir. Go
All right.
ahead. This is.
Right now, this matter is agendized as item number 7 on the consent agenda. Prior to any change of any agendized item, you must either declare a friendly amendment, and you can't completely strike out the item that's on the agenda. So the agenda item number 7 says set time and place for March 11th, 2024. It has been recommended by the mayor to strike that and change that to April
8th.
8th. So my point of order is that feasible to strike item number 7 and make changes without even voting on item number 7?
I think he's asking you, City Attorney.
The item is really, it's a motion. So if we want to change the motion to set the hearing at a later date, we can certainly do that by motion.
So may we have, can we have the vote, roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni?
No.
Dr. Rod?
Yes.
Mr. Sylvester?
Glenn Sylvester, no.
Ms. Manalo?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now moving on to item number 9. Thank you all for your patience in the audience. For those of you that are standing in the back, there's room here right in front. There's a lot of seats. Thank you very much.
I did.
Okay. We'll see. Thank you very much, everyone. We are now on item number 9, public hearings for the General Plan Amendment GPA 0421-14998, Plan Development PD 0421-14997, Major Subdivision Sub -04-21-14999. Design Review DR-04-21-15000 and Development Agreement, Ceremony Del Rey Campus Redevelopment, and the Environmental Assessment Adoption of Mitigation and Monitoring Program. Before I hand it over to staff, I just want to acknowledge everyone that's here for this item. I know that we've come to this table many times prior, and that has been a lot of hard work done from the community members here in the audience. I'm excited to see that Ceremony Del Rey is here today, this project. As an alumni of Jefferson High School, this is for the teachers, the support staff, the students who deserve better, and this is an opportunity to do so. When labor and working families have the opportunity to have health care, prevailing wage, and apprenticeship programs for local jobs, it's what we call partnership. At about 2 months ago, when all of you were here, and actually not all of you, but representatives of your communities from Jefferson Union High School, from the labor groups, I said very clearly, this is an opportunity for the community to work together. And I see a room full of community members, and I am hopeful this evening that we will have something done for the students and the workers in our community. I said it very clearly that partnership is key. And today you are showing that together we can. I want to acknowledge those that are in the audience, the Northern Carpenters. I want to acknowledge the School Board of Trustees, Kalima Salahuddin, Andy Lee, Rosie Tejada, and also the amazing countless staff that have voiced their strong support for this, and also our planning staff who has worked alongside diligently with JUHSD. I just want to say for those watching and those in the audience, I've heard from so many of you through your letters and public comment continuously. So today is an extremely important day to have JUHSD and the labor community and Daly City as a whole look at a project that is so important. I'm truly ecstatic that we're here today. Like this is, as someone who grew up in Daly City, as someone who went through the high school system, as someone who were part of many unions, and still part of a union, when collaboration and when you see people working together, it gives me hope. Because today's an opportunity to serve also our very most important asset, our students. Our students of JUHSD and also the staff of JUHSD who give so much of their time, their talent day in and day out. We are here to build more mixed income housing opportunities to the very low, moderate income, and creating opportunities for construction jobs to provide for local families with health care and pathways to remain in the community. And most importantly, to serve the students of Jefferson High School. This project did not happen overnight. There was tremendous amount of work that was put into Ceremony Del Rey. And so today, I'm excited we're at this juncture today, and I am looking forward to hearing from all of you, but I am also proud to see this at our table, because what I see is collaboration, partnership. And what I see is what's needed for our students and our community. And this is what Daly City needs. I'll say this in the beginning, I had issues around the having more affordable housing on the site. And it didn't just happen overnight around seeing me, like the support towards this is, it just needed to have the right project where it would also have opportunities for Daly City residents. And today I see opportunities for Daly City residents as workers and also Daly City residents that could apply for these opportunities, as well as the holistic approach to ensuring that our teachers and our support staff are paid adequately. And so I'm glad that this is on the agenda today. I'm actually ecstatic as someone who grew up here that this is here for the future. So I want to acknowledge everyone that's here that is in support of the project, who've worked diligently, as well as others that may have their a difference of opinions. But I just want to say at this point, I've seen how much dedication, hard work, probably tears and blood shed tears on this because of really being passionate about our students and also being able to work with our labor community. And so with that, I will hand it off to staff, but I just couldn't hold myself because I know that, and I hope that this evening, my colleagues look beyond differences and look at what's at hand and what's for our community. and what's good for our Daly City community, for our schools, for our labor, and as a holistic approach for sustainability for the children. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, this is the redevelopment of Ceremony Del Rey High School. General plan amendment, plan development zoning, subdivision and design review, and of course the development agreement are all part of the entitlement set for this project. This project went before the Planning Commission on December 5th. The Planning Commission is unanimously recommending that the City Council approve the project. I think we all know where the site is. It's the old Ceremony Del Rey High School site on Ceremony Boulevard. This overhead shows the location. Here's some photos of the site. Of course, the staff housing project that was recently finished is on the top side of the screen. Here's some photos of the site from Campus Drive. So here's an overview of the project. There's a new precise plan for the campus. So there's an existing precise plan that's in place that was approved back in the 1980s. This would replace that. The project includes redevelopment of the campus to include up to 1,235 units. 122 of those are already existing in the staff and teacher housing. And this project would be comprised of affordable and market rate rental housing, up to 14,000 square feet of neighborhood serving retail, commercial uses, and a Head Start child care facility. The site would essentially be divided into 6 development parcels and additional street parcels with public access easements. Building heights would be as tall as 14 stories. Build out of the site is anticipated to be over a 10-year time period. This is an existing site plan. At the upper left, of course, is the faculty and staff housing that was completed. City Council approved that a number of years ago and it was recently completed. The old Jefferson Union High School main building is still intact. It's used as administrative offices, and those are moving to another part of Daly City as not as a part of this project, but essentially there's a move of the staff that's going to occur. This is the proposed site plan, and again, this is the 6 different parcels we'd mentioned previously. The entitlements that are required are a general plan amendment to change the general plan designation from residential high density and commercial office to commercial mixed use. If approved, the City Council would rezone the project site from plan development number 31 and plan development number 31A, which is what the faculty and staff housing is, to a new plan development. Design review of the site and building design for the proposed development and site improvements on parcel B are also included in this project. Also included is a major subdivision to subdivide the project site into 6 development parcels and additional street parcels with public access easements. The City Council will also be taking action on the certification of the environmental impact report prepared for the project. The city staff welcomes the consultant that prepared the environmental document. If there's any questions, they are here to answer those questions related to the environmental impact report. Also up for approval is a development agreement for the project. So the Ceremony Del Rey Precise Plan was approved for the Ceremony Del Rey campus in 1985. It allowed up to 175 residential units and 500,000 square feet of office space or 700,000 square feet of office space. The City Council approved an amendment to this precise plan in January of 2020 at the northwest section of the site to allow for the construction of the faculty and staff housing. And that was completed in 2022. There are 122 units in that project. This slide shows some key dates for the consideration of the project. We won't go through each one of these, but there's been a number of meetings that have occurred, both council meetings, planning commission meetings, as well as council committee meetings to consider this project, to work through some of the details. So what is the precise plan? It's a plan that establishes an urban design plan for the 22-acre sites, including details about the development capacity, vehicular and pedestrian connections, open space infrastructural needs, and how the project would be implemented or phased. This is a phased construction project. There are objective development standards that are part of this project, and they provide significant details about the urban design, architectural, and landscape concepts that would be essentially the future developers would be held to. And one of the things that's important to point out to the City Council is that the school district is just the master developer. Subsequent actual developers that build apartment buildings would receive leases from the school district. And that's who would actually construct the project. So the school district itself, at least as currently contemplated, is not the actual developer who's building the buildings, but there would be leases later to developers. The precise plan was developed with significant input by Planning Public Works staff and North County Fire Authority staff. And as I previously mentioned, the council committees have also been involved in providing input into the project. This is just a rendering of the precise plan vision. On the lower half of the screen is Highway 1 heading southbound, and then 280 is at the lower left of the screen, just to give some sort of context there. So the precise plan has a vision. It's a new walkable, bikeable, friendly, family-friendly residential neighborhood, tree-lined streets. This is all contained in the precise plan document that's attached to your staff report. I won't go through every single one of these, but essentially the precise plan tries to communicate a livable new neighborhood essentially in Daly City. And it has its own streets, it has its own open space areas, and these have all been very well thoughtfully designed and communicated in the precise plan. And each development phase, when it's reviewed by the city staff, because that is what's proposed inside the precise plan document in the plan development language, is that there's essentially a city staff review of future phases as they come up through the years, would be held to the standards of the precise plan. These are some graphics that communicate essentially what I just described. Again, modern urban design concepts are all contained within this precise plan. There's some more renderings, some open spaces, kind of a zoom in on the how the buildings, and actually this slide at the top provides some important information about how tall the buildings would be, for example, and communicates that in the context of the adjacent neighborhood that surrounds the project. And we can go back to any of these slides that you'd like to. You need to do that. So the precise plan sections have objective design standards, circulation, parks and open space, utilities, and implementation. And these are all contained within the precise plan. We can address any of these topics that you'd like to, but there's a lot of content in there, and we can get into any of that detail that you'd like. So the parcel lines are shown on the overhead, and the parcels are essentially labeled A through F. Parcel A is, of course, already developed with the faculty and staff housing. And parcel B, right next to Ceremony Boulevard, was at least at one point was contemplated to be the first phase of development. And so it's for this reason that the design of this building would actually be approved by the City Council tonight if it chose to do so. Parcel C at the lower right side of the screen, quadrant of the screen, is where the affordable housing would be constructed. And there's a phasing plan for this, for all of these parcels. And there's not necessarily, the phases won't work necessarily from A, B, C, D, alphabetically like that. One could go before the other. And that's important to note because the precise plan contemplates the potential for this, including, for example, when the affordable housing is constructed. If the City Council has any questions about that, we can get into that. So the objective design standards have a unit count and density, and this is essentially it. I won't go through each one of these, but there are minimum and maximum densities that are proposed in each one of the parcels, and those are communicated on the right-hand side of the screen. And then the unit counts are also, of course, in the second column from left. But they equate to 1235. So the building heights that are allowed are identified in this slide. And essentially, the building heights are allowed up to 90 feet. Parcel D is allowed to be up to 150 feet, and so is parcel E and F. And so these building heights, while they may be tall, they're fairly consistent with what the city council's recently approved on Ceremony Boulevard, for example, at the Ceremony Views project. And so we did want to point that out to the city council. The objective design standards have essentially have regulations contained within them for providing essentially a breakup of massing at the top of each building. There's a minimum podium height, and then there's a tower envelope that's allowed to exceed the podium height. And what the applicant is trying to achieve with this is an internal regulation within the precise plan to make sure that the buildings actually look interesting and don't all have the same height throughout their entire height, essentially, through all the stories. So the objective design standards are sort of communicated also in these graphics that are shown on the screen. This, for example, at the lower right screen would be the parcel B development as viewed toward the southwest from Callan and Ceremony Boulevard. The objective design standards have build to lines, which essentially require the buildings be built close to the street. There's a circulation component of the precise plan that shows how vehicles would access the site, and there's essentially a ring road that's accessed by an entry drive at Ceremony Boulevard, which is the primary access point to the site. There's also pedestrian amenities that are provided in the site, and those are shown in the bicycle and pedestrian paths in the red. This is just a slide that shows the lane configurations of how bicycles and vehicles would be contained in a street section. This graphic shows the parks and open space layout proposed for the site. One of the major components of the site is the central green, which is right at the entry drive end, as well as Overlook Park, that would contain a community garden, and that's one of the items that has been discussed at some length in the past, and that would be constructed as part of the development of Parcel B. And then there's also South Point Park that would be constructed as part of Parcel E. I just described essentially what's on this screen, so we don't need to go through it again. But again, Central Green, Overlook Park, South Point Park. There are some recreational trails and the West Side walking trails as well. And this slide shows the parcels that each one of these amenities would be constructed, during which each one of the amenities would be constructed. The city's zoning regulations have long required 150 square feet of open space per apartment, and this project meets that. So this is the implementation plan that we'd mentioned previously. And again, this project is a phased development. Development would not necessarily occur in the B through F linearly like that. It can be D, then F. But at some point, and we have a handout for the council, of course, the affordable housing needs to be constructed, and we wanted to provide some data about, or not data, but a handout that showed when that would occur.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This handout that we're providing to you, and the public is interested, we also have handouts for the public as well, provides just some more information about potential phasing scenarios and when affordable housing would be constructed. Essentially, the plan allows for the construction of one market rate building, and then affordable housing needs to be constructed. And the handout that we just provided shows different scenarios, if you will, of when affordable housing would be constructed. And there's two different buildings that are proposed on Parcel C. And there are a few different scenarios under which that could occur. And if there's any questions about this phasing, we can certainly answer those.
Are there any questions regarding the phasing from my colleagues? I think there's no questions regarding. Go ahead.
We're not going to go through each one of these, but essentially, as it described, there's a number of different phases that the project would entail, and we can go through any detail you'd want to go through.
Can you explain I think what would be helpful for maybe those watching is why there's different phases or.
I'm sorry, we can't hear.
My question is in regards to the different phasing, so people will understand why the project or project sponsor did it accordingly. Yeah. Thanks, Rick.
And the applicant may be able to answer this question better, but essentially, what'll happen is if the project is approved by the city council, the school district will send out an RFP, a request for proposals from developers. And a certain developer may be interested in a certain parcel. They might think, this is, we want to build on this parcel and not that one. We want to do D and not B. And so that's the reason for so many different, and this is all contained within this precise plan, different scenarios. If, for example, D goes first or B goes first. But what the city staff has worked very closely with the developer on is ensuring that infrastructure goes in when it needs to go in, and that's very important. When the roads, water, sewer, et cetera, go in, and providing fire access is also important, and then affordable housing as well. We want to make sure that when the buildings are constructed, that because the proposal, of course, and we'll get to a slide that explains this, is that all of the affordable housing, with the exception of moderate income housing, would be constructed on a single parcel, and that's parcel C. We want to make sure that during this phasing, that the amount of affordable housing is commensurate with the amount of market rate construction that's going on. And so that's something that was very important to the council committee as well as to the city staff. And so that's essentially what's explained in the handout that we just gave you. We didn't want to go through there's a lot of letters on this slide, and essentially that's, that's probably more detail than we need, but the essence is that the phasing is something that's been very important to the city staff and we think has been well thought out, and we're hoping you agree with that.
Thank you for that clarification. I just wanted the audience and those watching to understand exactly kind of what those intricacies are regards to the different phasing opportunities. Dependent on what developer comes in.
So we're going to talk briefly about Building B. So the applicant submitted a design review proposal, and this gives the city council sort of an eye into what kind of construction we could expect here. So again, this is the, I'm just going to use this pointer. The people at home won't be able to see this, and I think it works, but without blinding Tatum. Essentially, this is Entry Drive on the left side of the screen, which comes off Ceremony Boulevard, which is right at the end of the Highway 1 exit entrance ramp. And this parcel would be constructed if you're coming in from that exit ramp on the left side. So the faculty and staff housing is on the right, and this is basically right across from that, just to give an idea. It's right next to Ceremony Boulevard. So this is Building B. So this building, as shown on the screen, this is a site plan, is all tuck under parking. So all of the parking is underneath the building. And then Overlook Park, a portion of which would contain the community garden, is located at the right side of this parcel. And again, this was contemplated to be the first development phase, and as time went by, the applicant realized, well, maybe that might not be the case, but they went ahead and submitted, or kept the application live for the design review of this building. So again, this is an actual design review component, and we can see, what the objective design standards create here in terms of the height, massing, and architectural appeal of the building. And again, this building has a lot of modern, contemporary, if you will, design elements, retail at the street frontage, which is at the lower left side of the screen. And again, a lot of good building articulation, the use of color, providing visual relief, if you will, to make sure that the building is appealing and meets the city's standards for architectural review. And this is buildings very similar in quality to what was constructed across the street and what the city council's approved and has been constructed in other parts of Daly City. This is just another rendering. The bottom rendering shows the perspective that would occur at the west or at the entry drive location. This is the west elevation, showing that retail at the bottom of the building. This is a tentative subdivision map. Again, the subdivision map contains the 6 parcels. There are some smaller parcels that have been added that you can't see to the eye to allow for, if there's the need for additional parcelization here that has been built in to this. A lot of what the city staff and the applicant have worked on in this project is trying to streamline further development review of this project. The intention is that the city council would look at this project and approve this project if it desires to do so tonight, and that there wouldn't be a need to keep coming back for additional approvals. And that's that process has been baked into not only the precise plan, but the plan development zoning standards. If there's any questions about that, we can certainly answer them. The city's municipal code requires that the city council approve certain findings for a tentative subdivision map application. We won't go through each one of these, but there are 5 of them, and those are what they are, and they're contained in your staff report and in the findings that you would adopt should you decide to approve the project. So the city has negotiated, if you will, an affordable housing plan for this project. Normally, each individual building does have its own affordable housing. This project's a little different, and this is part of the reason why there's a development agreement in front of you for consideration. And the following slide summarizes this agreement reached between the city and the school district. The council committee has taken a look at this and has given its approval of it. So Parcel C will provide 150 affordable housing units ranging from 23% AMI to 60% AMI. 24 units will be set aside for residents with intellectual and developmental disabilities. 12 of the units will be at 23% AMI with the intention that these families can qualify to utilize the on-site Head Start facility. 20% of the affordable housing 20% affordable housing representing double the affordable housing required by the city's zoning ordinance.
If we stop on here, I just wanted to acknowledge the work that the staff has done in regards to the affordable housing plan. I think working with JUHSD, this was one of the initial issues around ensuring that there was a comprehensive plan for opportunities for our residents in Daly City to apply to. And now if you're watching and looking at the affordable housing plan, right off the bat, the AMIs are really low income opportunities. When you talk about, I know we all talk about affordable housing and we say affordable housing, but affordable housing at what level? And I love that the detail is here so that people can understand. I think one helpful, data point is, if our staff knows, like, what is 23% AMI? I think that would be helpful for those in the audience and people watching know. But these percentages are well thought out. It's a comprehensive affordable housing plan. It's not just cookie cutter. And I know that it's really around a lot of work and going back and forth. So for me, when it started off, the project didn't yield 20%, and we landed at 20%. And I think that's huge to be able to have the comprehensive ability for this project to result in these type of opportunities for residents, may it be other teachers from other districts or workers. This is what we talk about when we're looking at city policy that affects our community on the ground. So thank you.
Thank you. So continuing with the affordable housing plan, so parcel C would include 150 affordable units plus 2 managers units. 13.5% of the proposed units in parcel B through F at very low and low income levels. Parcels D through F will include up to 73 units at moderate income, and the affordable housing developer will offer wraparound support services for parcel C residents. So as I'd mentioned previously, under the terms of the development agreement, one market rate building may be built prior to the affordable housing and without moderate income units. After the first market rate building, each subsequent market rate building would be built with 10% of the units at moderate income. And again, there's different phasing scenarios for this, and that's contained in the handout. So of course, this project is subject to CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act. Great amount of work has gone into preparing a document for your consideration and certification, ensuring that all of the environmental impacts of this project have been thoroughly analyzed, identified and analyzed, and where possible, mitigated. There are no environmental impacts associated with this project that aren't mitigated. There's no request for an environmental document that doesn't mitigate the projects or the environmental impacts. And the consultant is, of course, here to answer any questions about this environmental impact report. The documents have been distributed to you, the final environmental impact report and the draft environmental impact report that were both made available for public review back in July, and the comment period for that ending in September. There were several significant environmental impacts associated with the project, including impacts to air quality, biology, cultural resources, geological resources, hazardous materials, noise, and transportation. One of the biggest things that the public will see as a result of this project is the signalization of the off-ramps, the on and off ramps at Highway 1 and Ceremony Boulevard. And the construction of that has been something that's been negotiated at some length between the city staff and the applicant. The applicants agreed to install that improvement at a certain point in development, and we're satisfied with that and are recommending approval, of course, of that. It's contained within the development agreement. It's the statement of overriding considerations was what I was looking for earlier. We are not requesting anything like that. All of the impacts associated with this project are completely mitigated. The Planning Commission, again, considered this in December and is recommending that the City Council approve the general plan amendment, the plan development rezoning, the major subdivision, that the City Council approve the design review for the project, approve the development agreement, and certify the environmental impact report for the project. If there's any questions, of course, we can answer those for you. And the district is going to make a presentation themselves to you, and if you'd like, you can ask questions now or receive their presentation, whichever you'd like.
Thank you very much for your presentation on this and all your hard work to both you and Tatum. At this juncture, are there any immediate questions from my colleagues, or can we let the project sponsor JUHSD present? Any immediate? I see none. You have the floor. Welcome.
Thank you. So we're going to make this quick because it's been a long night. Thank you so much, Honorable Mayor Manalo and the rest of the members of the council. My name is Kalima Salahuddin, and I'm the board president of the Jefferson Union High School District.
Andy Lee, board trustee, Jefferson Union High School District.
So we're here to talk about our project. We are very happy that this day is here too, because regardless of the vote, this marks the end of the line for us. And I was a school board member, and I would like to focus on school board things moving forward. So next slide. So again, our goal here is how do we meet an objective with the tools that have been given to us? And currently, looking at the new laws that were passed by the state of California requiring housing being built by each city. we have land. So how do we work together to help you reach your goals while at the same time reaching one of the district's objectives, which is to consistently find revenue streams for our school district? And I will iterate, we've done multiple things. Like, there's no one single solution to this. We have passed parcel taxes in the past. We have, we do other grants. We do lots of things to find money. This isn't the solution for our school district. This is one of many solutions, including building our workforce housing to help us reach the objective.
So this is actually a pretty important graphic to understand, which just shows the difference in funding levels between our district and the neighboring San Mateo Union High School district just to our south. You can see that the revenue per student that we get is $14,000 per student versus the $21,000 that San Mateo Union gets. And there's something really important to this, why this gap exists. Because when you look at the assessed property values of our district versus their district, there's a significant gap. For example, based on the 2022 rolls, the 4 cities that make up our district had a collective assessed property value of about $26.4 billion. San Mateo Union High School District, the cities that make up that district, have a collective base of $92.7 billion. And the city of San Mateo by itself is $33.7 billion, larger than the 4 cities that make up our district. So that's why this gap exists.
And the reason why that's important is that property values determine education funding. And we know there's a long history in this county of devaluing properties of people of color and the history of redlining. So honestly, I don't want to be here asking to build anything. We're forced to be here because of the historic things that have happened to us that devalues our property and therefore the educational quality of our students in this community. Other school districts don't have to continually jump through the hoops that our district has to in order to raise money. And somebody brought up the point earlier about our ongoing issue of having to find more funds. That's absolutely correct. We will have to find some more funds going down the future. But this gives us time to continue to operate and continue to provide a high quality education, which our students deserve. Just because they're 20 miles away from the kids that get 21 and more. There's school districts that are 25, 26 in the same county, that just because they're 20 miles away doesn't mean that they deserve a lesser education. And I don't begrudge the school districts that have that amount. That's where we should be funded. That's where New York is funded. That's where Massachusetts is funded. That's how California is in that same echelon. But the problem that I have is that we get no assistance. If we don't find our own funding, we don't get it. And I don't want to. We have the community, we don't want to raise the parcel tax. We're going to go out to renew it at the same rate. We don't want to increase it. So this is a way for us to bring in another source of revenue without having to raise taxes on our community. Next slide. So again, one of the other things I want to bring up is that the students that we serve have higher needs. We know, and this is something that we've all worked on in getting the spotlight in the county on the issues in the north part of the county. Like, the county doesn't end at San Mateo, which we constantly have to remind the county at large. And that there is high level of poverty in our own community. And that we know that if students don't receive certain sources of wraparound services in our school system, they don't get it. And there's been a renewed focus on mental health, especially after COVID. And we are footing that bill ourselves. Sequoia High School District and San Mateo Union High School District, their wellness providers are paid for by their healthcare systems. But we know here, Seton is not in a place to help anybody. They are trying to, do the same thing we do, continue to work to survive. So if we want to provide mental health services for our students, we have to pay for that. If we were feeding all of our students, because it's incredible that is something that needs to be said, we were feeding all of our students before the state of California mandated to be law. We partner with anybody who's willing to work with us, and Pitt has been a fantastic partner, again, to offer the food services, and we had all those things in place, so when COVID hit, we were ready to respond in lockstep with our city. We have a long history of working together in order to solve the problems of our community and serve our community, and we want to continue to do that. Next slide, thank you.
So you can see how education funding is distributed here. Pretty simply, about 75% of our budget goes to employee salaries and benefits, and the remaining 25% to other educational purposes to run the district. And so everything at its core is about supporting our students, the students that we collectively serve.
Right, and so to answer the questions about where the money will go, it will go where it has always gone. Ever since I've been on the board, which has been 12 years, it has never been less than 75% of our entire budget goes to our employee salaries and benefits. So high school is about a lot of other things besides the employees who make things happen. Like, we don't have a football team if we don't have a coach. We don't have, cheerleaders if we don't have a coach. We don't have a lot of other services, clubs, all the things that make high school a high school without staff to do it. And I also will say that, every person in our building is an educator. And we had huge problems filling certain roles like cafeteria, our custodial, and we wouldn't have been able to reopen school without those folks. And we have to be able to offer everyone a competitive salary. And so that's one of the major reasons why we're here today. Next slide. So again, one of the issues has been the garden, and I know we're gonna get speakers on that are gonna speak to it. And I want to reiterate, we talked about this at the Planning Commission. It doesn't matter what is decided here today, the district will close the garden when we leave this year. There's a new district office being built. When we move to that new district office, everything closes. So it doesn't matter what you decide, that garden is going to close when we leave. So in order to keep a garden or any other public green space in this site, it needs to be developed. We're a school district. We do not have the facilities or the staff to run what's becoming essentially a park. And we don't have the capability to do that. We have, just like all of our tenants and properties on the site right now, we've told everyone there that they can stay until we leave. And so when we leave, we're gone. And so it's, what we want to do is we don't want to leave the land there as blight. We'd like to develop it and use it for our purposes. We are cash poor but land rich, and so how can we use the land in order to help us do the mission and goals of our school district? The other thing is, we want to have something that is not a liability insurance-wise. This is something that's ADA accessible, maintained by professional staff. There's lots of insurance liability to not having something that is maintained by somebody who knows how to maintain it. And so we're looking forward to doubling the amount of green space on the property and then have facilities, open space facilities that will be open to not just the people who live here, but the people who live in the surrounding area on this property. And Andy and I were very intentional when we went around the planning of this. We wanted to build a model neighborhood for the community. And that is because I live here. My kids live here. So that is how I went about this.
I have a quick question in regards to the community garden aspect of it. You said that there's going to be staff that's going to be able to, be there, and it's open to everyone in the community, not only the residents, meaning any Daly City resident or someone visiting, that would be accessible.
Can go there. So, for example, when I go to the San Mateo County Fairgrounds, I always have a picnic in the green space in that apartment place that's right across the street from the Whole Foods is. Because we've all been in there, it's really expensive to buy food in there. So I just go get a lunch at Whole Foods and we just have a picnic right on the outside. It's the same concept.
Okay, wonderful.
No one has said, you don't live here, you need to move off the space.
Just wanted to make sure it was like open, accessible, and I think that's one of the pieces in this project as well around ensuring that there's also green spaces, that hiking trails, et cetera.
Right, so there'll be walkable trails, we have talked about it, I think it was brought up in this meeting, and I think it was by Vice Mayor Dasmagubal, that to have like the exercise that you've seen on other trails, that different, I think, as you see me, I'm not big on exercise, but the different things that have you at different stops, like having that there. We have it, we called it green space. There's certain things that we've said we're going to do because we've heard the voice of the community, but there's other space that we call green space because we're looking to hear from the community, what would you like there? So there's lots of different opportunities to put different things in different areas once it's approved and we start getting that feedback.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next slide. So I'm going to speak a little bit to this, and then we're going to call up our partners from Head Start. But this is a part that's really personal for me. My son came to the Planning Commission. It was a little intense, so I didn't ask him to come to this meeting. But my oldest child has autism. He's 27. He doesn't like when I call him a child, but he's my oldest baby. And there's been a lot of talk about, labeling this kind of housing as segregation. Segregation of what was happening to my son when he didn't have a place to live and he was forced to live with his mother. It's been a liberation for him to be able to live in an apartment that is in a standalone affordable housing unit that has wraparound services, so that I know when he's having a mental health issue or just made a mistake and overdrafted his account, he doesn't have to call his mom. He can be the adult and go downstairs to his counselor from Head Start who is on property and work it out with them. And that has been huge for my son, both his mental health and thinking of himself as a grown adult who can take care of himself. And it's not enough to just build affordable housing and throw people in it if they don't have services and support to help them along the way. And so that is what we're intending to do here. To have a daycare center on site, to have a social worker on site, to have the housing choices counselor on site, so that if there's a problem, if there's an issue, there's people that are on the property that can help them with that. And you can't do that if you build it throughout. That doesn't come.
I think we'll ask Angel Barrios from Head Start Izzy to come up.
Good evening. Good evening, Daly City Council members. My name is Angel Barrios, the Executive Program Director of Izzy Early Education, formerly the Institute for Human Social Development. We have served over 10,000 children and families in San Mateo County over the past 40 years, and is the sole Head Start provider for families under the poverty line in Daly City and throughout the county. As I'm sure that you are aware, Head Start is a critical service for low-income families as we provide high-quality education and family support services to help families who are struggling. Our services allow parents to maintain employment, pursue education, and help provide for their families. Without this support, the cost of childcare would be so high that many families could not afford to provide what their families need. For the past 27 years, Izzy has partnered closely with the Unified School District, and we have served over 1,600 children ages 3 to 5 years old and their families here. Our program is the only Head Start program that serves the northern part of the county. Our children have a track record of transitioning smoothly, school-ready, into the school district kindergarten classrooms and eventually into the high school. We are in full support of the Ceremony Del Rey Revitalization Project, as it will bring together affordable housing for the community. The benefits include the 12 units at 23% AMI that will qualify for free childcare, the beautiful park space for families, the community garden, and be the permanent and in-house home for our Head Start program. Event in Westport and the Brookwood Group have been excellent collaborators. They're ensuring that Head Start can continue to be available for the residents of Daly City. They have included us as partners in the design of the project and the space that will be our new classrooms. We'd like to sincerely thank Tina and her team for seeing the important value of Head Start in the community. Again, we fully support the Ceremony Del Rey project and hope that this important group of civic leaders join in the support of this project and those who it may impact. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next slide. And then this is the affordable. It's been talked about a bit already by staff, so I won't talk about it anymore, but I will turn it over to our partner.
Thank you. Hey, I'm Teddy Newmeyer. I'm an Associate Director of Real Estate Development with Eden Housing, and I'm representing Eden and the core companies. And we're thrilled to be selected by JUHSD as the affordable housing partner. I just want to give you a quick overview of our companies, why we decided to join together in the project that we're proposing on Parcel C. So Eden Housing is a mission-driven nonprofit affordable housing developer dedicated to serving low-income families, seniors, and people living with disabilities. We were established over 55 years ago, and we're one of the state's oldest and most experienced affordable housing developers. We've developed, acquired, or rehabbed over 13,000 affordable units, and we currently provide homes to over 22,000 individuals. Eden's work goes beyond building these buildings. We strive to create strong communities for our residents. And to do this, we provide on-site management, maintenance of our properties, and on-site support services, which we'll talk about a little more, and then also other programs to help our residents succeed. And then the core companies, Core Affordable Housing is a vertically integrated real estate development and construction firm. They were founded in 1978. It has over 40 years of experience developing over 5,000 units of high-quality affordable housing throughout the Bay Area. Their affiliated general contractor, Core Builders, brings early-stage expertise to all of their projects, ensuring cost-efficient, high-quality design that will stand the test of time. Since its inception, Core is a leader in green building, smart growth principles, with a track record of success with infill housing, overcoming complex challenges to secure entitlements and lease completed developments. And so our group together, or this joint venture, brings together a complete spectrum of activities from developing, owning, managing, and then servicing high-quality housing and ongoing care and service to the residents. And so what we've proposed here, over the last 2 years of working with JUHSD, we've developed a project that exceeds the city's below market rate requirements and addresses the deepest levels of affordability and services. With deeper levels of affordable units in one location, we can access additional funding sources, which allow us to serve incomes well below the 70% area median income requirements of the city's inclusionary housing ordinance. And as we've discussed, we're particularly excited about the possibility of having families at 23% AMI level, because these residents can utilize a Head Start facility. And just FYI, 23% AMI for a family of 4 is about $42,000 a year. And so Eden Housing Resident Services, which is an Eden Housing affiliate, strives to inspire hope by providing high-quality, relevant, and impactful service coordination and program offerings that create stability and a path to economic empowerment for residents. By having all our residents close together in one building, we're able to create strong communities that can benefit all residents and tailor our services to the resident needs. In a project like this, some of the services that we plan to incorporate are on-site resident service coordinators, after-school programs, job and technology training, health economic empowerment and training, community engagement, and then information and referral hotlines. And as was spoken to, in addition to these Eden Run services, we'll partner with Housing Choices, who will provide additional services to the residents of the 24 units set aside for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So we're really excited about this project. We're really excited that we can propose something that exceeds the city's below market rate requirements and addresses the deepest affordability and service needs for the community. We look forward to.
Thank you.
Next slide. So this is just just a little cross spectrum of the rate of pay for these people in family of 4 and what like. So next slide. And then these are just a highlight of the services that were just spoken about and pictures of actual buildings that these services happen that Eden runs in other places. Next slide. And again, so these are just a fraction of the folks that are endorsing our measure. Just a highlight again of a lot of the things that were talked about already. And I just want to wrap this up by saying, you know, I know that there's no project that's going to make everybody happy. And I know there's some people that are unhappy right now. And for me, leadership has meant making decisions sometimes where, especially a school board, I mean, that's just the mantra of a school board member. Every decision we make, somebody is unhappy. But what we're trying to do is how do we make the best of a situation and how do we do the best with what we've been handed? And for me, this is it. I'm proud of the work that we've done. I want to thank the staff here for Daly City. I can't even talk about the amount of work that's gone into it and working with our staff and giving a shout out to our CBO, Tina Van Raphorst. The bulk of the congratulations and thank yous go to them for getting us here. It has been hours and hours and hours of work. And so I'm proud of the collaboration and I just want to see it continue. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. At this time, if there's no questions from my colleagues, I'd like to open the public hearing. I know there's a lot of people here in the audience. I have speaker cards, and so I move to open the hearing. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. At this time, I will call on Alejandro Cajiano. Please come up.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, council. I just come here to give a brief speech on behalf of my brothers and sisters of Carpenters Local 217 today. I'll start by saying my name is Alejandro Castaño. I'm a carpenter from Local 217, but I am also a local from this beautiful community, Daly City, that I call home. I graduated from Jefferson, class of 2016. My family has been here for 3 generations. I even stay up the street. And I take pride in being from here since we are so few compared to larger neighboring cities around us. Quality over quantity. Big projects like this bring opportunities to people like me in our city here. As I'm saying, I take pride in the community I live in. I also take pride in my work. To be in a union trade is to be qualified, to be a part of and build up our community the right way, to upkeep this quality of life we all strive for. I strive to be a pillar in my society, to better for those around me and after me. As a union carpenter, you get to experience these projects from the ground up, to see what the diamond in the rough is, so to say. And when it's finished, you know the job was done right. Not only because of our qualifications, but because of the pride we withhold as Union Local 217 carpenters. I would love to be able to tell my family after me the good work I have done in my own community to ensure their well-being. Sure, there's always another inexpensive way, but I ask at whose expense? They say you always pay twice when it's not done right the first time. We are here to build our community for our community. Quality over quantity. We get it done right the first time. Local 217 carpenters against unorganized labor. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ziakan Wang?
Hi.
Hello. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Xiaocang Wang. On behalf of the Bay Area Council, I'm here to express my support for the Ceremonies Daly Neighborhood Development Project, led by the Jefferson Union High School District. The Bay Area Council is a business-sponsored group whose 350 members strive to make the Bay Area the best place to live and work. We represent some of the region's largest employers, and we work to solve regional problems, such as housing crisis. Projects like this make critical progress on resolving the shortages of housing available in our region, and they do so by putting housing close to jobs, reducing environmental impacts and traffic. We view ending the housing crisis as one of our top priorities, and to end the housing crisis, we have to double the rate of housing production in the Bay Area. Ceremonies is a project aligned with our goals around the housing production, infill, locating housing next to jobs, and so much more. We specifically want to applaud the project on being able to offer high road labor standards so that we can build our construction workforce in the Bay Area. This project was unanimously supported by the Council's Projects Review Committee, and we urge your support for it tonight too. We believe its successful execution will have a long-lasting positive impact on our community. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. May we have Nels DeLander, please?
Hello, City Council. My name is Nels DeLander, and I'm a field representative of local Carbur's 217 of San Mateo County. As you know, we've been in talks with Jefferson Union High School District for the past 3 months trying to find a way to work together. I'm happy to tell you the Carbur's Union is full support of the Ceremonies Daly campus project. This will bring years of work for the working class of our community and housing that Daly City desperately needs. This can really change the community for the best, and now that we're working together on it, let's get this approved. Everyone that came in and worked best are in support of getting this project approved tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ed Evans.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. I'm proud to be here tonight. I'm proud to talk about this great project, this first of its kind agreement on labor standards for a project of this size and scope. 1,200 units plus of housing for our community spread over 10 years. That's going to amount to a lot of dinners served on working class tables, lots of doctor bills paid with the health care that will be provided to the workers on this project. Let's talk about opportunity. Careers started, hundreds of careers started in apprenticeship. Some folks will work possibly up to a third of their career on this project. The way I see it too, it breaks down to our members' kids attend the schools or will attend the schools, while mom and dad, our brothers and sisters, will be spending the wages that they make back here in Daly City and the surrounding area. That is sustainability. Congressman Mullen, Senator Wiener, and Supervisor Canepa all agree that this is the right project with labor standards. It makes the most sense for our community. For the good of the district, the school district who have partnered with us, and we are very grateful for that, and for the good of Daly City, we urge your support tonight of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Heba H. And then after Heba, Eric Campbell.
How you guys doing? I actually am the one who run the community garden, which is, I guess, been a huge problem for everybody, right? But I'm also a resident of something of their, the past projects that they've built in the past. And let me tell you, they're just gold mines. We got cockroaches, we got leaking raw sewage everywhere, thieving, all kinds of bad stuff. So if you guys really want to go build 14 stories in this city, you guys are out of your mind. When we only go up to 7, look at Half Moon Bay, they're doing a lot better because they don't build, they're not going. I mean, I saw the pictures of your guys' project and everything, but you guys are only showing pictures of something that's 4 stories tall. I want to see what it looks like when it's actually 14 stories. It's going to be the projects. That's exactly what they want to do. So I thought Daly City was already crowded enough, but I guess you want to cram a few more people in, right? Yeah. God bless you all, and good luck.
Thank you. Heba's not Heba? Okay. Rick Bonilla? Oh, Eric Campbell, sorry, and then Rick. Sorry. Oh, that was Eric, Madam City Clerk. Mr. Rick Bonilla.
Thank you very much, Mayor and council members. My name is Rick Bonilla. I'm the former mayor of the city of San Mateo. I spent 21 years working in land use in the city of San Mateo. Everything from the Bay Meadows project starting in 2001 through the retirement when I was at 70 years of age in 2022 as the mayor. I have to say that this is a really good project. As Kalima said, we wish we could have done more and done better, but it's a great thing because it's going to provide, and I'm not going to belabor the points that have been made already, but I want to focus on one thing, the training, the on-the-job training that's going to be available for the young people who I know through personal experience don't all go to college, because I didn't. I could have, but I had a rough upbringing. My life was different. I took advantage of an apprenticeship opportunity, on-the-job training, get paid. Right now, an apprentice carpenter starts at $36 an hour. Kids can't even imagine how much money that is today, but you have to work hard. It's not easy. You have to apply yourself. You have to learn. You have to focus, okay, or you won't make it. So it's a great opportunity. That, along with everything else that's been worked out. I'm also the vice chair at the Housing Leadership Council. I'm a member of the board of directors at the Housing Leadership Council. I am a YIMBY. I'm a member of Peninsula for Everyone. I've been pro-housing and pro-climate, and that's another point here. The housing, the market rate housing, along with the affordable housing that this will provide is going to give people the ability to move in to Daly City and take advantage of that opportunity to live close to where they work. That eliminates a lot of commuting emissions, right? Cars that would be polluting coming from long distances, who knows where, Tracy, maybe farther, right, to come to work. I've heard of teachers sleeping in their cars because those were their options, to live here and sleep in their car or to live out there because that was all they could afford. We can do better now, right? This is the beginning of being able to do a lot more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Have Nick Achapinti. And Nick Achapinti and then Devante.
Good evening, council and everybody. I want to thank, first of all, the crowd for being here. I know we're out for different reasons. Appreciating the union workers in the crowd tonight for being out here. I understand we all work long days to be here. This project is going to happen whether or not this vision of the community is going to be included or not, because the community's vision has not been. But like I reiterated last time, this project should be done the right way. Working class people understand that. We know that. We're going to be here. This project is going to be over 10 years in the making. We want to make sure that it's done the right way. As a union member myself, and the only union member formerly part of this high school board, I can tell you this has not been done the right way. The beginning of this project is based on a lease-back agreement. For those of you who are not clear on that, as your legal counsel has, I'm sure, advised you, this is unfair labor practices, and these are unfair business practices. It is a backdoor, no-bid agreement to get one contract for certain unions. Any local union here that has youth and community here obviously should be considered, but a no-bid contract helps nobody except for whoever the district wants to privilege for that. There have been legal complications in the past and will be moving forward. There are several flaws in this project. I could speak to it at length all day. Many of us have. What the council here is seeing tonight is an urgency ordinance being proposed by our economic development department that asks that there be no further public hearings. Let's be clear, this is a public hearing, and we should not be asking the community to be silenced moving forward because our voices do not agree with every part of this. I am disappointed, Mayor Manalo, that you are now endorsing this wholesale without looking at the legal and political complications of a 10-year project that has seen opposition from the Sierra Club, the NAACP, several community organizations, myself, the only sitting trustee on this board who has been withheld information from this project, including yourself. And so I want to raise tonight two issues. One is a full investigation into unmitigated conflicts of interest that the school board has committed in the process of this, including Brown Act violations, which I would caution you into endorsing today. I would encourage a no vote on this and a full negotiation of this project with community voices who clearly have seen the flaws in this project and support the garden and community development sustainably with that included. And 13.5% affordable housing is an embarrassing number to endorse. We all know better than that. I would caution you very, very, very carefully and your legal counsel to relook into what the school board has done to this point to be able to push this in a backdoor negotiation. Vote no on this tonight and please come back to the table to renegotiate this from the drawing board. Thank you.
Thank you. Devontae?
Good evening, City Council members. Climate justice is social justice. This project rejects both. The environmental impact report failed to address serious concerns and liabilities regarding its immediate and long-term environmental and social impacts. The City Council should be working to preserve and expand its green spaces and cultural resources with local and native indigenous community in every proposed development, especially at a time during a climate crisis. The City Council should immediately update its planning policies and set with its best practices and draft on an urban forest plan aligned with state, federal, and global climate goals before approving any current or future projects, especially those of this size. This is a huge project, as everyone knows. The City Council should immediately should not approve moving forward and consult with the community. An alternate plan that includes and begins with community input from the local native indigenous community and prioritizes people in our planet and not for profit. Daly City is not for sale, not to sell to the developers, so that we can actually build community with public resources. In the spirit of equity, social justice, we can preserve this community garden and build affordable housing all together. Preserving this garden, and these are facts, the garden has over 350 trees. This continues to improve air, soil quality, increase plant biodiversity, improve water, and so much more. Do not sell our only community garden in Daly City to developers. Thank you.
Thank you. Anya Shapiro.
Share this sign made by our young people. Good evening, esteemed council members and community members. I'm so sorry. My name is Anya Shapiro, and I am a Daly City resident of over 25 years. I'm also the director of the Daly City Youth Health Center right across the street from here, and a parent of 2 children who will one day attend JUHSD. Daly City and Pacifica are currently among the lowest funded and lowest resource school districts in all of San Mateo County. And it's because of this that it's been impossible for our school districts to pay a living wage that can address the cost of living. And as a result, we lose many great teachers to better paying districts. We don't have enough teachers who reside in and reflect our community and are more likely to have less experienced teachers in the long run. And all of this directly and negatively impacts the learning experience of our children and subsequently reflects how well our communities will thrive. This also impacts the wellness staff and the mental health providers. Currently, 30% of my staff at DCYHC benefit from the existing staff housing that has been recently built. And this has been a huge benefit in terms of staff retention, as was recently mentioned. However, this is a temporary fix because we are all still not paying our staff and teachers enough. And once the housing benefit runs out, we are back to square one after a number of years. And so Ceremonies Del Rey, the continuation of this project in its entirety, is the long-term solution. This is what will allow the school district to receive ongoing revenue from full market rate renters. This will directly translate to wage increases within the school district. This is the only long-term solution that is at our disposal that is so effective, in fact, that several other school districts are in the process of figuring out how they can do the same. can I just, okay. And this will also allow our teachers and providers to live here and remain with us long-term, and will make us more competitive to hire and retain the very best. And our kids deserve the best, and our teachers and staff deserve a living wage. And it's a bit silly, if you ask me, that we're still talking about a community garden, because gardens are part of the plan and will exist. People can garden to their heart's content within this project, and it'll be safe among the ability for Daly City to develop. Daly City has to develop anyway. They will continue to develop, and it could either go to some developer who will retain 100% of the proceeds, or it could go within our community, stay within our school district, benefit our teachers, benefit our families. So this, to me, seems like a no-brainer, and is, once approved, will be something that the City Council and GHSD will live on to serve as innovative, solution-focused, forward-thinking leaders that other counties will no doubt try to imitate. So I strongly urge for this City Council to be on the right side of history and to make some really positive changes long-term in our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Alfredo? Alfredo Olgin Jr.
Hello. Good evening, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for coming here today. Thank you to the union workers for coming. Great, everybody here. I think one thing that being a resident here of the area, growing up, going to city council meetings since I was 15 years old, and just hearing the same thing about developing and developing and developing and developing and developing and developing, and still there's no benefit for the community. These housing projects that are being developed in the area are consistently the majority high rate, market rate housing that we as constituents we're not able to afford. There's projects in South San Francisco where one-room residence is for $3,000. How are we able to do that? The people who I went to school with, the majority of them still live with their parents. There is no route for us to have home ownership in this area. This area has simply developed for people who are not from here, for people who are in these industries that are ever expanding, that are basically paying people $150K for what? What do they contribute? And now they're leaving the area consistently. We know this. We put all the eggs in this basket for people who are not going to give returns to the area. Now with this digital nomadic era where people are moving to other places and now raising the prices everywhere. What is this for us? We've been coming here to different city council meetings where these projects are being offered, and still, now that I'm having a salary job, it's still not reflecting into me looking to just expand my life and start a family and grow and whatnot. These apprenticeship programs, I push for them to students, right? Because as was said, these students, that not everybody's going to go to college. Right? That's a fact. However, still, that doesn't mean that they're going to be able to live here with those jobs. There needs to be other things. And just one more thing, the garden, okay. So I know for some people this is not very important, but the fiscalization of land use consistently over history across this country has simply caused more issues. We're consistently becoming just pushing commodification of land, of people, of everything, to the point where now everybody wants to make a podcast because our communication between one another is now a commodity. So I just want you all to think and reflect, because this is not sustainable long term. We see what's happening on the global level with the fact that we're in a crisis, an environmental crisis. And we cannot show the kids, the youth, that us connecting to the land is an answer, right? There's this whole notion of indigenization, of going back to our roots. The roots is the land. One last thing, I'll end with this. We separate from everything. We're individual people in this notion of individual society. The one thing we cannot separate from is the land, because we're connected to it consistently, even if we're in a wheelchair, even when if people are handicapped, they're connected to this land. How do we further connect to this land? And one thing is through a garden. So please expand that. Let's continue this discussion moving forward, and let's think about that. Let's think about the kids in terms of how we can become more resourceful with land and connected to land and people and not profits. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Guillermo Chacon.
Hey, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Guillermo Chacon. My grandfather moved to Daly City in the 80s from Nicaragua. I mean, from San Francisco, but from Nicaragua. And my youthful days, I grew up here in Daly City. I love this city a lot. I appreciate everything that this city has given to me as far as a beautiful, young person growing up here. The opportunities that are going to be provided by a wonderful project like this for the youth that are going to be graduating from these high schools. When my son goes to Westmore, and I spoke with the people at Westmore, and I connected them with the Carpenters Training Center, and hopefully they bridge a gap there where these young students that may not go to college could have a wonderful opportunity and to be able to live in Daly City and stay in Daly City. And I just want the council to approve this project, and hopefully everything goes good and it gets approved quickly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Catherine Stonewall.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm here on behalf of the garden and, well, the people. I live in Daly City. As a matter of fact, I live 50 yards from the site that you guys want to build. The Ceremony Ridge Apartments, subsequently another project of the Jefferson Union High School. Have you seen it lately? It's a shambles. If this is the quality, don't get me wrong, I'm all for you guys. The union's outstanding. But that place it's a hole. The property values you say will increase with this project. How is that possible? When do projects, a city project, ever increase property values? That's not how that works. I agreed with the prevailing wages that the teachers do deserve. All these folks do deserve insurance and a healthy, happy way of life. But creating low-income housing is not the way to do it. The 24-hour security that's provided to the garden at $250,000 a year, that's been going on for more than 2.5 years now, is up somewhere between 600,000. How many teachers could you have given a bonus to? A pay increase, a new teacher maybe. You know, maybe you guys need to start looking more in on their budget instead of building more property. 14 stories in that area, on the top of that little hill. How many of these folks are gonna have a car? Do you guys all know the traffic in the area, the mall, all that? That's right there. It's going to be horrible for emissions. It's bad idea.
Thank you. Gia Pham.
Hi, my name is Gia, and I'm here representing Housing Choices, the house
blue icon up on the screen. We're the service provider for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities who will be providing services at Ceremonies Del Rey Parcel C. These are just some postcards that I have over here of everyone that has signed on and wants this project. We have also worked with the Housing Leadership Council of San Mateo to create like a sort of artistic demonstration displayed in the back using the postcards to really nail in that people want to save the school and people really want affordable, sustainable housing. I'll just read a few postcards where people have left a comment. Us teachers need affordable housing to live in the communities we teach. Thank you. Long overdue project. I'm in full support. Yes, we need housing for disability. I have been at almost every meeting regarding Ceremonies Del Rey because the disability community I represent often doesn't have a voice. People with autism are often an afterthought, and it's our job to look out for vulnerable members in our neighborhood and be an advocate. The disability community needs diverse support at a social level, meaning like inclusive programs and events, affordable living, and walkable neighborhoods for sensory stimulation. All these aspects are well planned out in the Ceremonies Del Rey plan with the garden, the shops, and sidewalks. This project addresses the urgent need for more inclusive housing solutions in our area where people that are living on SSI or disability income often end up homeless. These 24 units will provide much-needed homes for individuals with IDD, offering them the opportunity to live independently while receiving supportive services from qualified and experienced service providers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Jazz?
I'm here as a community member that grew up in Daly City, actually poor, where there's more malls and car dealership than healing green spaces. But this isn't about us. On behalf of the youth, I'm here on behalf of the youth that couldn't make it, that loved the existing garden, and my native elders and ancestors that gave me permission and the voice to speak, to say, save the garden. I want to honor Mother Earth since nobody really has. The land we stand on is native land, Ramatou Shaloni land. I know this is a setup like we're against each other, but we are advocating for our youth and community we live in too. You can't talk about stopping Waymo and not stop bulldozing the garden. You can't talk about the future and be destroying the land. You can't talk about mental health and say a garden is not helpful to that. And honestly, we don't have a housing shortage. There's empty apartments across the street. The rent is just too fucking high. I know Ceremony Ridge tenants that have been pushed out. Including my own friends and family. What they won't tell you is that this is the only natural garden with native endangered species in this community, and it does exist. The land exists, whether you want to say it's little or it doesn't matter, it exists. And this is privatized apartment buildings and going to be privatized plant beds, like let's be real. There's also a church community and sports there at Ceremonies Del Rey, which nobody acknowledges. We support teachers and working class people, but because we are as well. But this development is not affordable and it's for profit. We can all share opinions, but as I'll tell you what I've witnessed. I witnessed the commitment, community, and love poured into the garden of youth and community. We and the youth got over 5,000 signatures and responses on a petition and surveys. We sent this to the council. We never got a response. Almost all said they want this garden. Also, it should be acknowledged that most of the gardeners did this for free. Nobody offered help. Nobody went out there. We even put a people's proposal and tried to meet with you all, but never got that opportunity. We need more input. The garden cannot be bulldozed. It was literally built for the students. Remember, the youth will be your constituents. Remember what y'all are saying. These struggles are intersectional.
Thank you. Clayton Koo. Okay. Is Clayton not here? Nancy Laksamana.
Oh, Clayton's here.
Oh, it is? Yeah. Okay. Clayton Koo and then Nancy after Nancy Laksamana.
Good evening, Mayor Manalo, Vice Mayor Dasmagua,
council members DeGiovanni and Sylvester, and city staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak for you tonight. My name is Clayton Koo, and I'm urging the City Council tonight to support the Ceremonies Redevelopment project presented to you before tonight. I'm a lifelong Daly City resident. I grew up literally 4 blocks down the street from Ceremonies Del Rey. I'm a proud JSD graduate of the Jefferson Union High School District, volunteer for multiple local nonprofits and organizations, and believe that Daly City's best days still lie ahead of us. As a former school board member representing Daly City for the past 7 years, I've seen firsthand the successes in our schools, as well as the struggles that our schools face in fully funding our schools, paying what our teachers fairly deserve, and raise the necessary funds to keep every program and resource open and available to all. If we want to ensure Daly City schools continue to improve and provide the very best for all of our families, the Ceremonies Del Rey project is a clear way to make sure that this happens for this generation and future generations to come. This project will allow JUHSD to raise additional funding to support the district, fully fund our schools, and enhance all of our students' education. In addition, this project will provide a direct Daly City benefit with more housing, especially many more affordable housing units to support working-class families. This project will also build desperately needed park space for residents, build new pedestrian and biking paths, open new retail businesses to serve the community, and create jobs, as well as utilize extremely underutilized space to create something amazing. Please vote yes on the Ceremonies Del Rey project. I understand that your role as a council is to make the most sound and best decision to serve the Daly City community. This project literally does just that. For you all, for me, and for over 100,000 neighbors where we all live. Thank you for your consideration and your time. And please, for all of us in our community, vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, Honorable Mayor and council members. I've been along the ride here with you for 2 years. I, for the first time, met all of the young people in the back there 2 years ago when I read an article in the San Jose Mercury News about the community garden. And I came the very next day, talked to Eric Campbell, and I was so impressed with the dedication of those gardeners, over 100 families that were using the garden to relieve stress, to add food to their table, to meet with other people. The Native Americans who came for a ceremony, they were never invited to the EIR process. Never once were the Ohlone Ramaytush invited as part of the EIR program, though we met probably 5 to 12 times with the Jefferson School District. But no, they suddenly did not. They weren't around anymore. There's so many flaws in this. A big question I have, because a lot of the things I was going to say were with my other fellow garden members, is that you received a February 13th letter from the Department of Housing and Community Development that stated that the Housing Leadership Council, which is a developer-funded company for people that are like-minded and for development, that they were going to put off the program, this plan. They were based on a complete analysis. The element, which is the RENA, may need to remove or revise the assumptions for this project because Jefferson has decided they will no longer be moving forward with this project during the planning period, the RENA period. So they're just going to stretch this out for 10 or 12 years. So my point to you is, the building B is 100% market rate. You're going to put an ordinance in to say that you can do that, even though inclusionary rules say that you should put market rate, you should be putting affordable into these buildings. That's totally opposite what your ordinances require for you. That is wrong. You should not be segregating poor people, all in building C. If this project is going to be stretched out for 10 or 15 years, and love all you union people, believe me, we need you, that is wrong. They can turn around and say, oh, that's okay, we're not going to do that affordable. What are you going to do? Please answer to your constituents. I love that you're very passionate about where you went to high school, but you represent the city and people of Daly City, and 55% of the people in this city cannot afford the 80% market rate. Who can afford the 80% market rate of these houses? Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Jeremiah.
Good evening, Mayor and Chamber. My name is Jonathan Yeremia.
Oh, Yerma.
I'm a field rep out of Local 22 Carpenters, but I grew up here in Daly City. So I'm here to speak on trying to get this project passed. The workforce is here. It's all over here. Pacifica, Daly City, South City. We can get it done. Going non-union would just bring someone from Texas to do it. 25 is probably 50 out there, but they're going to bring the money from our community and spend it outward. So I believe we should keep it all union in-house, hire our members over here, and get the job done. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex?
All right, so I have like a lot to say here, but I'm not sure what to go with. First off, y'all talking about like affordable housing and jobs while not really recognizing the true impact of this on the community. You're taking land. You're taking land away from the community. You're taking green space away from the community and not acknowledging that you are part of a larger pattern that we're seeing not just across the Bay Area, but across the country. You're taking land from people, and actually not just across the country, because we're seeing it all around the world, including in Palestine, where indigenous land is being taken from indigenous people and then sold to the highest bidder. Look, the idea that this school district is struggling financially, I understand. It's a reality for our school districts, and it's been a reality for our school districts across this country since like the 60s. But the fact of the matter is that you are wasting a fuckload of your budget on the police department when you could be taking care of the folks here who are desperately looking for labor. All these folks are here in support of this project because this means labor for them. This means that they're going to get paid. But instead, you're wasting community resources on paying for cops. So why are we sitting here pretending like this makes any sense as a revenue source for the district? When realistically speaking, this is not going to pay for itself. And it's going to end up costing the city more and more. And by the city, I mean the taxpayers. I mean the people who live here, not the developers. Fucking think about them for a second. Like, just take a second and think about it. And please don't ever stand here and talk about women's rights like you give a fuck, dude. You are failing to acknowledge the women who cannot afford to live here.
Peter Lang.
Hi, I'm back. How you guys doing on City and Council? I'm actually in support of prevailing wage. I'm actually a labor leader, as I mentioned before. I'm the business manager for Roofers and Waterproofers Local 40, San Francisco and San Mateo counties. I think my only concern as far as this, because I'm all for, unions, language that takes care of like say, prevailing wage and, skilled workforce. But I think my only concern here is the comments of our mayor that that's all inclusive. But I kind of see a lack of representation, maybe because of our own doing, because I'm also a delegate of the San Mateo Building Trades and the San Mateo Labor Council. But, and I applaud our brothers here with the carpenters who are fighting a good fight and representing, us unions. But that's the only concern as a member of this community that, like, once again, maybe it's a lack of our participation in this project. Excuse my lack of knowledge of this project, but that's the concern that I wanted to raise, that I see a lack of representation from all trades. That's pretty much it as far as my comment on this. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Are there any more speaking cards? Okay. Thank you very much for all those that provided public comment on this item. I do want to say that to the brother who said there was a lack of representation on here, I want to acknowledge that I did get to talk to Bart, that is, I think, one of your leaders. Yeah. So he does know about this, and just want to acknowledge that there was communication with him as well. So. Oh, okay, yeah. But I know that there's been lengthy discussion and opportunity for public comment numerous times. And like I said, like, I think this started out in 2020, right? That's about 4 years ago. 4 years ago, this process started, and because of numerous iteration of meetings, many times here, the planning commission, there's just been a lot of work and effort into fine tuning a project like this. I know that it's not 100% affordable, but if you understand the intent of Jefferson Union High School District to get more opportunity for dollars and to provide for their staff, I mean, this is the on the land that the ceremony Jefferson Union High School District. But when the project first came up, I want to be very clear. The affordable housing wasn't at the level it is today. It wasn't at 20%. And if you look at the units and looking at affordability at 24% AMI, at the ability to have, like all ability type of housing for those in need. I mean, when also Head Start had come to our council, and I was on that council then, they were worried about staying on site. And there was partnerships that were built to make sure that there are actually affordable childcare opportunities in the area. And so when you look at the plan like this that is very large, there's so many intricacies that are part of it. When a building is 100% affordable, but you see it there within this development, the amount of housing units that it provides, when I first saw one iteration, it said 150 in that building, and it scales down potentially on the different opportunities, right? It's like 150, 88. But if they were to reach 150 units, that's 150 families that are going to have housing between 23 to 60% AMI. And that was my concern of this project from the onset, to make sure that there were those type of opportunities within the project. And through what has the program today shows that. The site is going to have affordable childcare. The site is going to have affordable housing units. The market rate piece of it is because that is how the Union High School District is going to ensure that they're able to fill the gap that was mentioned in the presentation today. There is green space that is there that will be open to everyone, and an opportunity on trails. And I think I heard from the district, the conversation is not over to hear what else you want to see in those green spaces and areas. It's been a long 4 years, but I will say, look, even a month ago, we weren't, I think that, what we saw that could happen in a month within JUHSD and Northern Carpenters and other trades, like that's what community is all about. Being able to talk with one another, being able to sit at the table and be able to work together. And that's what I'm seeing today because it's for the next generation, the students and the teachers. And I feel really, really good about supporting this project because it is well thought out. And I stand by that because, yes, I am a product of Daly City. I did go to Jefferson, high school. And I, as a policymaker, also represent those that need the opportunities that I just mentioned that are at 23 to 60% AMI. That you don't find those lower AMI opportunities when you saw on the slide what it would entail. And so for those, I would say, we would ensure and hope that there was robust communication to let people know about the opportunities that affordable housing opportunities are coming down the pipeline. And I would say that we would need to prioritize the residents in this community in that respect. And I think that's something I want to ask the staff on. Is that included in the language where we make sure that in those affordable housing units, at least that there is an opportunity for residents in Daly City to have the opportunity to be in those units first and foremost. If we're talking about retaining and sustaining our community here.
The affordability program at this point doesn't have a Daly City preference. There's always been a question about whether that's a legal limitation that we could have.
So right now it doesn't. I'd like to ask if the project sponsor is open to doing so. In as far as having, I know other jurisdictions have done it. I understand that there's, I'm for this project, but we're at the final stages here. And I just want to let you know, I'm a proponent for it. I just want to see if there's any way for us to include that language for the residents of Daly City.
Yeah, I can speak to that. I think that in some places there's fair housing questions that come with it, and it's a topic that we often look into and can often put on our projects. I think that it would have to be studied a little bit first to see if it's appropriate and applicable, but certainly something that we're open to. And obviously, I think that it's important for communities to be able to retain it's either people who live there or people already who work in that community. So something we're open to, but I think it's probably premature to commit to it.
Thank you. I think that's a huge piece of it. I worked in the affordable housing realm in my previous work, and being able to have those type of preferences makes a huge difference. We're hearing from the community here around the opportunities to remain, and it's real. And so if there's any way that we can incorporate that, whether it is putting into your marketing budget the opportunity to go far and wide within the city of Daly City to ensure that there's a robust outreach mechanism, that's another way to do so. If it's not in there, but we've done it in the past. So if we can clarify, Tatum, we've done it in the past for BMR programs where there was a preference for Daly City. So if you can expound on that, I know everyone is waiting, but this is very important. We're at like the final stages, hopefully, to find a project that works for everyone.
So one of the issues that was mentioned is that if a local preference program has a fair housing implication. So oftentimes if we don't have a preference, we would have a marketing plan that would focus on Daly City residents in the marketing. So we do have in the affordable housing agreement that the city has to approve the marketing plan to make sure that it's meeting our standards. And so as part of that, we would focus on marketing efforts within Daly City to make sure that people are aware of the program and that they would be the ones who would enter into the lottery system and on the waiting list. But there is a fair housing implication, and you're probably a better expert on it than I am, or I can defer to our city attorney. But when you make a preference, the results of that preference have to be reflective of the county's population and demographics rather than the city. And so if Daly City's demographics aren't consistent with the county as a whole, it could appear that we're not having a fair market, a fair housing program. So we would have to look into that to see if we could come up with something local that would create a demographic range that is reflective of the county.
Yeah, I
Mayor
understand
Manal, I
that.
just want to
There's-
quickly say too, like we are committed to what you're saying. So I know the answers are, we don't want to do anything that is not legally available to us, as Tatum spoke to. But we also, we've had the discussion that we want that affordable housing, just like for our workforce, to also be locally driven, locally housed. So anything that is available for us to do, we will do. And we will continue to work with you on that.
Thank you. Yeah, I think obviously at this juncture, moving forward, maybe we need to look at an ordinance just overall in the city of Daly City to find those preferences, especially around individuals or families that are unable to remain in the community. And I think that's a real policy issue that we need to address. Obviously not within this project at the moment, but I would like to for the record, be able to address and ensure that that the project or project sponsors, the developer will be able to do a robust, in partnership with the city, or in partnership with the community, a robust outreach where everyone has the opportunity and knows about this, given really the opportunity at those levels, and it's going to meet those most in need. But yeah, with that, I think that's my main concern. But I mean, I'm full for this. I see that it is good for our community, good for our students, good for our workers. It's good for Daly City, and that's where I stand today. At this point, that's why I said I started off with an exciting moment, because when we had to postpone it, I think, at that point, I was hoping that we would be at this place. But today is an exciting day because we're able to show what community in this audience is able to do together. And when I hear a brother that talks about going to the high schools and he's able to get, good paying jobs and is able to get that health care, you're right. It is that. It's being able to support your family and then give back to the local economy. It's this whole system that we're creating, and we're able to also support our students and our staff that I've seen firsthand work tirelessly with where they should be being paid more. But they stay because they're committed to the community. And we see in this audience that symbiotic relationship of the young people that grew up in this community that want to give back. I mean, to me, today, I hope that my colleagues see this as an opportunity for Daly City to work in partnership with our district, with our labor, and I hope that they all support this as well, because like I said, I was extremely excited to see this on here today. When you see the amount of work back and forth, there's a lot of work. I'll know a lot of meetings, a lot of sleepless nights, a lot of thought from all ends, from our staff to the JHUSD staff, and also to all of those that care about our community here. And so with that, you know where I stand. I will now open it to my colleagues and yield over to Vice Mayor Das Magwal.
Thank you, Mayor.
Before we continue, point of order. I would like to make a motion at this time to close the public hearing before we go into questions and answers of either staff or the developers on
Second.
site.
Second. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I was looking through the report, and I just want to.
She has a public comment.
Oh, okay.
It's up to the mayor. Did she, yeah.
Was there a card submitted?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Julia.
Julia.
Thank you.
I'm
Thank you
sorry,
for-
point of order. We just voted to close the public comments at this time. I'm sorry.
I would like to yield my time for this person to speak. Would that be okay?
I
Mayor?
think we just have to vote on reopening it at this point. So motion to open public hearing.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. My name is Julia Flores, and I'm here to speak on the Daly City Community Garden. I've only lived in Como for the past few years, but I've been lucky enough to meet passionate members of the community who defend our land and speak for our land sovereignty, as well as I have family members who have lived here for the past 20 plus years. Although I haven't lived here my entire life, I was raised seeing the benefits of communal spaces and the importance of wildlife preservation. The demolishing of the community garden is an environmental and social catastrophe with irreparable consequences. Our youth requires these spaces to come together, create, learn, and foster healthy relationships, while our ecosystem relies on the maintenance of natural green spaces. I'm emphasizing natural here because although the proposal mentions having green spaces, it does not mention that those green spaces are simply grass lawn areas that come at the cost of deforestation and endangerment of species, such as the mission blue butterflies. People have mentioned that there would be new gardens in the development, but it is impossible to mimic biodiversity. It's important that we take care of the specific location, as it is impossible to replace monuments such as the memorial tree in the garden that has served Daly City youth and natives for years. The EIR provided doesn't properly address these issues and doesn't outline the fact that new infrastructure is not going to serve the individuals who need it the most. It's going to serve newcomers. That's not properly representing your community. To reiterate, we're not against affordable housing or providing new jobs in any manner, but it should not be at the cost of wildlife, and it is essential to the health of our people. Preservation of this garden is a no-brainer, and it's your duty as council members to make decisions that prioritize the health, safety, and the longevity of your citizens. People over profit. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. When I was looking over the report, one thing that stuck out to me was what our Commissioner Perano mentioned about, like, is there any forecasting or some sort of ballpark number that the revenue that will be generated for this project?
So yes, but the issue with that is that if I tell you that, it becomes the ceiling instead of the floor, right? If I go out and talk about, so again, when we just talk about decorum, right? This is what we've been dealing with. I'm all for talking to people and being respected, and I respect the people I talk to, but you see what is reflected back. I have been a city, worked in the city and with the school district for 12 years. No one has ever accused me of trying to be funny with the numbers. When I tell you that if I come before you and I tell you this is how much we're gonna get, and that's the conservative estimate, that will be it, because this is very widely watched by a lot of people that we're going to be negotiating with, and you guys have all been a part of negotiations. If you go into negotiations with this is the amount we are thinking we want, that will be it. We won't be able to negotiate for anything higher. So yes, we have gotten some, as the board has gotten information along those lines. And trust me, I wouldn't be going through all of this if it was an amount that would be significant to the school district.
All right.
Thank you.
It's been a long 4 years, right? And it's an interesting issue. And the reason why I say it's an interesting issue is it's hard to see folks that are affected by the same system fighting each other. And that's the one thing that really hurts me, is that we're all playing this form of oppression Olympics. When you see that funding, this is how funding goes. The target is not the project. The target is not labor coming to the table. It's systematic. These are things that when we talk about funding, we got to aim at the folks that are holding the purses, the people that messed up Prop 13 back in the day. And that's what hurts. It's folks that are all being oppressed by the same system. We're all fighting each other. And I want to salute the board for making this work. And what Kalima was saying, she said that this is not the solution. This is one of the solutions. We're still going to have to fight for funding because of how structurally the funding revenue is distributed. We live in a capitalistic system, and we have to deal with what we have. And as a person that's pragmatic and practical, that's trying to encompass all the voices, I think the school board has done what they can do. So again, it's not the solution, it's one of the solutions. And I think that what they had to do going into this position as school board members, this is not a school board. I mean, it is a school board issue, but dang, I commend you all for doing what you all had to do. And so it's been a long road of like ups and downs and compromises, and we all hate compromises. We all wish we can get our way. I appreciate that the board, the JUHSD and Labor were able to come together. I think that's huge in terms of putting a message out there that we do appreciate labor, that we do appreciate this grassroots community, that we can create a sustainable model so that we set precedents that if you're going to build in Daly City, that we support labor. And that's important. As a labor union member myself, as an educator for so many years. And it's hard. A lot of people don't know who I am. They see me come here, person on the dais, I get it. The perception is this person has a lot of power. But not a lot of people know that for almost 2 decades, I was working 3 or 4 jobs. I would work at Skyline College part-time. I would go to UC Davis. I would go to Sonoma State. I would work at City College. I worked at USF. And it's hard raising a family in Daly City. So I get it. I get it. And if there's ways to pump up revenue so that there's some sort of security, some sort of revenue stream that can bolster services, this is something that we've got to do. This thing's not even built yet. We're looking at pictures. There's still conversations to be made. This is not the end-all, be-all. We talked about affordable housing. It's not perfect. And again, I'm screaming from the mountaintops. This is a system, structural mechanism. But we've got to do what it takes to bolster some sort of revenue stream for our students, which my child is a part of. And I'll have another one coming down the stream in a few years. And we looked at teacher housing in the past and what we can do creatively, and I commend the board for doing what they can to do this. And I commend them for taking a lot of the 1,000 cuts, the tears, the meetings, the tireless nights. And to double the, I mean, it's not perfect, but it's doubling the affordable housing than what Daly City has as an ordinance. That's huge in terms of what type of precedents we're trying to accomplish here. And so I end with this. This project is not perfect. It's not the solution, but it's one of the solutions. But in doing so and going through the process, it's thoughtful, it's providing services or wraparound services for people. The architecture and its circular design and providing spaces where people can community and engage in, that speaks volumes. And most importantly, as a person that's been an educator for the past 20 plus years, it's supporting educators and the staff that supports students, youth, and our future. And it's not perfect, I get it. But we have to find, if there is a strategy, let's push our lawmakers to look at how we can change funding sources so we are not putting ourselves fighting against each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for your comments. Any other comments from my colleagues?
Yes, Mayor.
Councilmember D. Giovanni.
Thank you. Thank you, Rod. So first of all, thank everybody for being here and all the public comments, because everybody's voice counts. And as he alluded to, we don't want to be against each other because we're a community. So those things are the tough things because everybody's passionate about everything. But I think the school district did try to listen and try to say, you know, regardless of what we do, certain things have to be done. They move, things close. It's that simple, you know, because the monies have to be directed towards their projects. They're in the middle of trying to make sure that all these things are set in place for the future. I think that says a lot about the hard work, the years of dedication, and everything, which is not easy. And the fact is, that big step, Ms. Kalima and all of you, Rosie, Andy, you took by meeting with the carpenters, both sides being open to conversations. So it took a few meetings, but you built it together. You got it done. That's an example. That is a big example for a lot of us, for the people on this dais and other people of how to work together. We all have different lenses. Our experiences make who we are. But if we can make people's lives better, that's what it's about. And this is a way to do it. 10 months of work at a living wage, beyond a living wage, union wage. And I just only had a couple really quick questions. And it was for the gentleman from Eden. It's just for the sake of transparency that people had sent me earlier in the day. Thank you for being affordable housing. I know it's not easy. That's why a lot of people don't do it. You and CORE are working together. But I just have a quick question. So usually, is this the part where labor is not included?
We're not signed on to the same agreement, but we do, basically all our funding sources require us to pay prevailing wages, and some come with even other more stringent labor requirements, but we are signing up to other labor requirements.
Okay, so like you're gonna make sure that the same kind of protections and make sure that you I know you have a great, I know Eden more than, and also CORE, they're here as well. So, you know, because that's so important. We lost someone at a site in 2018 when the Robertson School was built. And because it was not labor. And that union, because of skilled and trained, because of the apprenticeship programs, that's 100%. Because you guys are working hard and things happen. But that safety and that knowing that you have medical, you have families, that's important. And what's important for us in the medical and coverage is a peace of mind. And that's so important and very rare. And hopefully going forward, we can do more. Okay, so thank you for that.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Other question, quickly, maybe Michael and Tatum, or maybe Rose. So when we change, if we vote to change the inclusionary to exclusionary, what happens to the 20% that's required, currently required? Is there any way to retain that for future developments? Because does that just go away? In that ordinance?
I'm not sure of the question.
Because we're voting tonight, and one of it is so that they can have the market rate housing, so they can afford to build the rest of the project. So that people know that. That is what they have to do, because these projects are hard to get funding. I want the public to know that. So it would take us to try to vote to change the inclusionary housing that we have no ordinance.
So what we've done is we've incorporated affordable housing ratios and standards in the zoning. So the PD 31 is new zoning standards specific to this site. And so that PD 31 zoning standards incorporates the affordability ratios for this development specifically.
Oh.
So our inclusionary ordinance, as it stands, will still apply to the remainder of the city, which is for rental providing 10% affordability at 70%.
Perfect. And then in future projects. Thank you, Tatum, appreciate it. Other one is, I know that they did a great job. Thank you for offering community benefits. And for the public, would you mind letting the public know some of the great, just a few, that they conceded to offer the city? I believe something at Geller Park to highlight so that people know.
Yes.
Thank you,
That's
Michael.
right. Part of the development agreement that we've negotiated are
I want people to know what work has gone into this.
yeah, so there's actually an attachment to the staff report that identifies a lot of the, or highlights a lot of the items in the development agreement. And yes, one of the things is a cash contribution towards improvements at Geller Park. That's, one of the larger examples. The affordable housing, of course, is one of them. The construction of the traffic signal that you mentioned at the
Yeah.
Highway 1 off-ramp, which is something that we negotiated with them for them installing and receiving credit back for. There's work that's going to be done at the sidewalk at Catlin Boulevard, bicycle lanes on Campus Drive, the intersection improvements I'd mentioned, the Head Start, the cash payment, as I mentioned, it's a $300,000 cash payment to the city for pedestrian improvements at the city's discretion for Geller Park. Cash payment of $160,000 toward Clarinata Highway 1 intersection signalization I'd mentioned previously. Yeah, so these are some of the things that.
So I commend, of course, staff and doing the negotiations and everything, but really, I want people to know this, because they're community. They're our community. These are our community, like JUHSD. So, I want people to highlight that and think about it. Again, they did it with, like you said, with what you got, to try to make the best of what you got, to take care of everybody. And it's hard. It's not easy. Let's see. I think only, to let people know in the public, the reason where people were saying, why is this all developing? I want people to know there is a thing called arena number. And every city is mandatory. I mean mandatory, that we cannot get out of every number that we're given. So this helps our RENA numbers. I know for the people at home, because I know that you drive by and you think, oh my God, what is happening here? But we are we're running out of spots. So, but we have to meet those numbers, just like every other city. And it's really getting tough on the housing bills from the state. So I want to know that, thank you very much for stepping up, and for Michael and Tatum and the negotiations as well, for what you did. I believe, let me see, I think that's, equal amenities. I believe there's equal amenities at each building, right?
The exact amenities at each of the buildings.
But again, yeah, I just want people to, this is the beginning, and when it comes down there, I want the people to know they're thinking fair. They're thinking what's best for the community. They're not just thinking, we're not going to cut the amenities off and somebody's going to have this and somebody's not going to have that. So, in the mindset. And then I think all that work, thank you, NorCal Carpenters. You never give up. You're a great example of what I always knew what union was. Because you see it, you work it, and you continue your relationships. And building relationships is everything. Now look at all you sitting here tonight. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful, when community can come together. We need more of that. More of that. And again, maybe you didn't see eye to eye at one meeting, so you try another one. You walk away, you come back. But you did it. Bravo, Ed, Juan, Niels, Brian, everybody, es todo. But I appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you to the JUHSD and to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that's about it for right this second. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any comments, Councilmember Sylvester?
Thank you, I do.
You have the floor.
Thank you so much.
You're
All right,
welcome.
I have a lot of questions to ask. First of all, I want to start off by what I've heard this evening. I'll start off with a quote. I don't know the secret to success, but I do know the secret to failure, and that is trying to please everyone. And I know that's very tough. In regards to the presentation at the beginning, I learned a lot this evening pertaining to the discrepancy in the salaries. And I didn't quite understand why the discrepancy until I got the numbers 26.4, 33.7, and 92.7 billion.
Yeah.
And that's a result of property values. But what I don't like is a reason for the property values in Daly City as a result of redlining. I completely disagree. Redlining is the process of giving loans and insurance to someone because they live in an area deemed to be a poor financial risk.
Yeah.
It could be close to steering, which is also illegal, where they steer you away to go to another location. So I'm very familiar, for instance, in the Westlake part of town, if you've read the book Color of Law, which they discriminated against basically people of color for home ownership. But to say our property values have been down because of redlining, I believe is totally incorrect. There was also another slide that talks about income of various people. I do not know how archaic that is, but I will say a police officer nowadays in San Mateo County makes over $56,000 a year. The positive points I got from the beginning was if we don't do something, especially for our school district, we may have an additional parcel tax. And believe me, I am tired of parcel taxes because I paid my share of parcel taxes as well, and I'm sure there are many folks in this audience that pays them as well. That's a positive. The other positive is I'm very familiar with the ISI program. And I was taking my notes and I'm saying to myself, well, if I'm a parent, how young can I get my child in that program? 3 years old? Wow. That is sorely needed. The positive comments I got from the union is organized labor. We have a chance to have many years of work for our folks with labor. Someone also says that this is a good project, and college versus apprenticeship. And believe me, I am a proponent for apprenticeship because not all children going to school want to become doctors and lawyers. I am an advocate for apprenticeship because there are a lot of students who like to use their hands. And what happened to the shops in our high schools? Metal shop, wood shop. I mean, I laughed at my friends who took typing. I wish I took typing. So those are the positives that I see. And before I end, I'm going to give you my thoughts on conditions for my vote for approval. What I'm doing now is I'm setting the stage. Would you kindly go to slide number 7, please, on the rendition that I saw? There it is, right there. Can you tell me what building that's going to be? Or what parcel that's going to
That's
be?
parcel C.
That's parcel C?
Yes.
And what's the normal calculations for each floor in a building? 10 feet? So if it's 4 stories, it's 40 feet?
Generally speaking, that's more or less accurate.
I'm sorry?
That's more or less accurate, yes.
Okay, 10 feet. Thank you. So that's 5 stories, so that's about 50 feet, give or take the facade on the top, et cetera. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. It's probably 50 feet.
All right, so was there any renditions? I saw the parcel maps, and most of them indicated 90 feet.
That's correct. Some of the buildings would be taller, up to 14 stories.
Yeah, okay, all right, well, I haven't gotten to that point yet. All right. I saw a picture that had a podium of no more than 70 feet. And if we were to build on top of that, and the largest number I got was 100 and, I think it was 150 feet. So if I subtract 70 from 150, that leaves 80 feet, so that means 8 stories. There was a slide that indicated where the 14 stories would be, which indicated that it also had a podium. So would that be higher? So 14 plus a maximum of 70, that's 210, so that's 21. Okay, I see the 70 feet. And can we go to the slide that had the 14 stories? There was another rendition of a slide, I believe it was parcel F. I think it was parcel F. Yeah, parcel F, and I believe it was parcel E. They both were going to be 14 stories, but there was another slide that showed one of them on top of a podium, or was it built adjacent to the podium so that you get to 14 stories?
Well, the concept of the podium is actually just an objective design standard. It's essentially a design goal.
I got it.
Got to be met, but yes,
Got it.
it's a design concept to try and essentially break up the rooftops of some of these buildings so that they don't appear so massive.
I got it. I'm all for it. I just want to understand it. Will residences be built on part of the podium, so subsequently they exceed, well, can be close to 210 feet? There was a picture there that I saw. Keep going. Nope, 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 nope. Right there. You see the 14-story building at the top right? So it appears to me that the podium is going to be adjacent rather than the building on top of it. Is that correct? So you have 70 feet, then the rest will probably be 140 or
Oh, right.
150 feet. Am I correct?
If I'm understanding what your question is, that sounds correct to me, yes.
Okay. All right. My next question is parking and density. So if we're going to have 1,111 units, and just to be conservative, I'm saying one person lives in the unit, just one. How many of those units would have cars? How many people would you estimate would have cars? I'm going to be very conservative again and say maybe half of those. So that's 600 vehicles. Do we have places to put 600 vehicles on that site?
There is tuck under parking proposed. The city's, city council should know, however, the city of Daly City, including all cities in California, are prohibited from regulating parking within a half mile of transit.
Transit-oriented
yeah.
development and a density bonus. So we can't comply with CEQA in the sense of mandating so many parking spots.
That's correct.
So-
That's mostly correct. It's got nothing to do with density bonus.
Okay.
This is AB 2097.
Okay.
It's basically California law.
All right, well, and those are very, very conservative numbers that I'm looking at, and I'm trying to be very, very conservative, but then you have the aspect of reality that's what's going to happen. First of all, folks are going to have more than one car. With 1,100 units, I'm going to say one car per unit, which I think is extraordinary. So that's 1,000 cars. And then what I'm hearing is that we can't regulate that. What happened to delivery and the UPS trucks? Where do they park when they make deliveries?
They would occupy parking spaces in the street.
Okay.
Some of these things would get worked out at the specific time of development. Perhaps there's a loading zone that would be provided for them. We haven't drilled down to that sort of micro level of where the UPS trucks are parking in the development concept in the precise plan.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I need to understand that this piece of paper that you provided us, and I was concerned about the phases. So to my understanding, parcel B will be built first.
That was an initial concept that parcel B would be built first. That's the reason for the design review application before the council tonight. As time moved by in the applicant taking a look at market conditions and something that maybe should have been obvious all along, there's no guarantee that parcel B would be the first to be built. The project could be built moving from Campus Drive towards Ceremony Boulevard. So, yeah.
Okay, so what is going to be built first?
The district will send out an RFP, and the developers that essentially submit submissions on the RFP will choose which parcel they think is the most developable first, given infrastructural costs, maybe the shape of the parcel. That has yet to be determined, essentially.
I see reference to example 1, example 2, and example 3. So whatever the developer decides to build first, which is supposed to be market rate only, what I'm hearing is we don't know whether that's going to be parcel D, parcel E, parcel F, or parcel B. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, according to your chart here, example number 1, I see total deed restricted for parcel C is 150. What precipitates the change in example 2 and example 3, where it's 88 and then 62, and vice versa, 62 then 88?
Yeah, these examples, so the parcel C construction could consist of 2 separate buildings, and the example 2 and example 3 essentially provide those 2 separate buildings, I believe, flip-flopped.
Okay, thank you for that. So the phase-in approach, what is the phase-in process between whatever the developer decides to build first, whether it's parcel D, E, F, or B, before they begin parcel number C?
So under the concept that's before the council tonight, the school district could allow a development that's completely market rate, 1 building, and then after that, the parcel C development needs to occur, whether it be with 1 building or the 2 buildings together.
Okay, so what's the time frame between that? 2 months, 3 months, 1 year?
The time frame is that they couldn't move on to the next market rate building until the satisfaction of the parcel C construction's completed.
Okay, but between the building that's selected before they begin parcel C, what's the time frame in between? That's the question I'm asking.
They have 6 years.
I'm sorry?
6 years.
So, thank you very much. So that means someone who is low income will have to wait 6 years before they can even move into a building because the first building is going to be market rate. I'm just asking the question. I don't know.
That's correct.
6 years, okay. And if this is supposed to be a 10-year project, 6 years, so that means all the other buildings will be put up within 4 years and the project will be complete, optimistically speaking. But 6 years between the first market rate building and before anybody can move into parcel C. 6 years.
Those are the maximums, yes.
Can I say something?
So you're asking us tonight to agree with the phase-in approach and to remove the inclusionary ordinance in light of the 6 years.
So the 6 years is a maximum, and then there would be no additional, so obviously the district is trying to achieve build out of the site. 6 years is the maximum from the first market rate. They can't build any other phases if they don't build parcel C.
Thank you for that, Tatum.
Can I address that question too?
Yeah.
Sure.
So we don't make any money until we have build out. So It will hurt us to wait 6 years in between buildings. That is the allowance that the city has given us, but that doesn't mean that's what we're going to do. We had time to do the build out of the workforce housing, but if you look at the turnaround we did there, we worked at record speed out of necessity. The same necessity still stands. If we have the ability to build, we're going to build because we need to have full build out in order to generate the revenue that is projected. The projected revenue is for full build out, not for partial or half. It will hurt us not to have full build out. So we're not going to delay or drag our hands. The other thing is, is extremely important to the district to build the affordable housing as it is to you, because our students will and our families will also live there. So we're not going to drag our feet. The reason why this is being done this way is because to make sure that the affordable stays affordable, we need a market rate developer to come in and build some of the things that will allow the affordable housing to be built so they don't have to do it. So that's why it's set in these phases. So, and then the other thing is the other folks behind us that all talked about working, they won't be able to work either. So no one is going to allow us to just sit around and twiddle our thumbs. Our staff, who we've promised that we're going to do this in order to continue to build, the folks in the unions behind us, as well as you guys. There's going to be a lot of people to keep the pressure on us to keep going.
Thank you very much for that clarification, Kalima.
Thank you very much. I'm not getting any numbers. I know that the district wants to do well. You made mention of a word, projected revenue. You cannot have projected revenue if you don't have a COO.
Can you clarify the
Yes,
COO?
in order to get folks into the market rate building, you need a certificate of occupancy, which means the building is now complete. And then that's when you can generate revenue. So the projected revenue is not going to happen until folks start moving in.
Exactly.
But in order for folks to move in, you must have a certificate of occupancy.
Okay.
So do we got any idea? I'm going to be, you sound optimistic. Give me a time frame between 0 and 6 years as to what the school district will try to do. At least,
In
I
terms
won't
of
hold
getting
you
it
to
built? I don't like to stand here and speculate. I don't have a crystal ball.
Okay, thank you. All right, no problem. Thank you.
Okay.
You answered my question. Thank you. You got the height. I remember at one meeting, I had asked in regards to the garden, as to defining or investigating who owns the land. Has that ever been done? I'd asked for a title search, at least something to be done to verify or to look back. Has that ever been done?
Yes, the city's received preliminary title reports. The land's owned by the school district vis-à-vis the state of California, but yes.
Thank you. Regarding the garden, what about the protected species that has been identified?
There are protected species not have been identified. There are no protected species that exist at the garden.
I received a letter from the Jefferson Union High School District to the California Department of Housing and Community Development that's dated February 8th that indicates, and I just want to get clarification because we're going to vote on this tonight, that that the current zoning is for 43 units, but we're going to vote tonight for, I think it's PD 31, to increase that to 1,100. CU, commercial use, mixed use, is that correct?
You'd be amending the general plan to commercial mixed
Amending.
use, rezoning to PD 31A or B.
All right. Councilmember DiGiovanni had asked, equal amenities across all buildings. Is that going to happen?
The amenities for each of the buildings has not been determined. That'll be determined at the time the developer's selected. There's no regulatory measure for that. The city regulates the open space calculation solely. Aside from that, the city council, should it approve the project tonight, essentially approving the open space areas, but there are not specific amenities that are proposed or would be approved in on each of the parcels. Aside from the community garden, that might be an exception.
Right, and to add to that, there are objective design criteria. So from an architectural standpoint, all buildings in the development will be held to the standard of the objective design standards. And then, of course, all the common open spaces are open to, well, the public in general. So all of Daly City residents would have access to the common open space areas. But of course, the tenants of the specific buildings would all share those amenities.
Okay, I heard the term earlier, wraparound resources. I guess for those that need it, is that going to be available?
We can refer to Eden as well, but yes, so the affordable housing has identified that they would provide wraparound services for their tenants. So in some ways, we have an idea of what sort of amenities could be provided in the affordable housing.
Yeah, so I think the affordable housing building will have a wide variety of services, and they're kind of two-tiered. There's one tier with housing choices. It will serve the intellectual and developmental disability community in 24 of those units, and then we have Eden Housing provides services to pretty much all of our residents and all of our properties. But those include on-site resident services, after-school programs, job training, health and wellness education, and various other kind of referral programs. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that is. Matter of fact, I think that's great. That's a great resource, and I'm just wondering why wouldn't it be available for anybody who lives in that development?
I mean, that's for the affordable housing development that comes with costs a lot of money to run those programs.
Okay.
And so our funding sources, we've got to fundraise for that.
So there are different types of affordable housing, the very low, the low, and the moderate. So would that apply to those three categories?
That's going to apply to all of our residents. So that's, everyone who's 23 to 60% AMI. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. I think all my questions have been answered. Now I'll make a comment. I'm definitely for the project. It may not appear that I am, but I think this is a great start. For me, the conditions of approval will be the following. Labor has obtained a resolution, and it's a resolution. I like to see it documented in the ordinance, documented. That's what I would like to see. I am very uncomfortable with inclusionary housing being in one building. I would like to see it dispersed through all buildings, even if it's a minor percent, because I need a guarantee that this project will go on, and even 10 years from now, we won't have a developer and say, well, there's no more money, and we can't build the last building. So I would like to see inclusionary housing as a part and to be dispersed amongst the whole complex. You don't know who that low-income neighbor is. I would like to see it dispersed amongst the whole project. I would like to see union representation of all trades. I commend the carpenters for taking that step. If you don't ask, you don't get. So I would like to see all trades be represented. Equal amenities. I'd like a further definition as to equal amenities. A plus, this is conditions for approval. I got a note here, something about, oh, okay, no, this is a positive that I see here. And thank you, Mr. Lunghausen and Councilmember Di Giovanni for reminding me. Development agreement in the particular areas on this project and what Daly City stands to get out of it. You know, this is going to make me say yes immediately because I think it's a win-win situation. But I also am concerned about social justice and equality for the whole band of the social economic landscape. It is very tough to buy a home in Daly City. I just read an article today, and it says Daly City is one of the cities, top 5 cities that you don't want to live in. And that's because of the cost of housing. You know who's the one behind Daly City? San Mateo. But you know what? With the AMI levels of starting at 23%, I think we can make a dent in this. But to include inclusionary housing for all, that's tops in my book. I have no further comments, and I thank you all for taking the time to listen.
Thank you, Council Member Sylvester, for all your elaborate questions. I think at this point, my colleagues have stated their questions and their statements. Thank you all for being so patient with this process. Like I said, we're very close to hopefully being able to decide a very important project for our schools, for our community, as mentioned earlier. Some of the questions that I had already asked around ensuring that there would be access to these affordable housing opportunities have been stated by the developer, Eden, that they would exhaust and do a marketing plan to ensure that everyone would know in Daly City in regards to this. We've seen how community can work together. Those of you in the seats today with the Jefferson Union High School Board, I'm reiterating it over and over again, but I want to acknowledge the Northern Carpenters for all their hard work. And it was mentioned earlier that all trades should be represented. I think the language that the Carpenters had put in there actually supports all labor. When you have prevailing wage, when you have opportunities for apprenticeship programs, when you have the ability to have healthcare not only for yourself but for your families. I look towards JUSSD and as far as this agreement moving forward, that there is a support to our local labor in all aspects. And to me, their commitment today shows that. I think something moving forward, not necessarily in this development, because we're at the very end stages of it, but I'd like staff to look this over in the future, is to look at how overall the accountability of ensuring that these prevailing wages are met and that there is actually a mechanism to ensure that the healthcare piece is met. And I think that's something in the future. I think for this development right now, there's a lot of hard work that has been put into this. And so that's something in the future. And with that,
Through the chair.
I believe that this has come to a place where like Vice Mayor said, there may not be aspects of a project in here that is to someone's liking, but I think it's come to a point that really has looked at all the aspects of things. So I want to acknowledge all the hard work that's been done. I want to say thank you to Nell and Brian for all your hard work, as well as Kalima. I know that there's been many conversations. We've come to there's not usually sometimes a resolve, but because of community dialogue and being able to work together, today I believe we are at a place where we can move forward. And so with that, with the items, I think at hand, the hard work that was put into this development agreement, I understand that there is a movement to put the units in different arenas, but the plan that we have at hand has been worked on for many iterations. And I think I heard from JUHSD that this is the plan that works for them. And so, with that, in that respect, do you have a question or a comment at this time?
Yeah, please. Yeah, whenever you're finished, please.
Okay, no, go ahead. And
Okay.
go ahead
I
and
don't
I'll
wanna
go
interrupt
after you.
you.
Do you have a question or a comment?
Well, yeah, I just
Go
wanted
ahead.
to know, because Councilmember Sylvester had a list of things, conditions, but I would like to hear from the school board members if it's viable, not viable, or what's their take on the conditions. And also, labor always has someone in there that goes on the sites to ensure that the wages are met and there's no wage theft. And it's by state law that all unions are allowed. And Niels represents the Norcal Carpenters, just to rest assured to our community that they can go on the site anytime they want, and they have done so before.
So
They're protected.
this is the plan. We are not adjusting the plan any further. It's been 3 years. There was, I've reached out to Councilmember Sylvester a number of times to have conversation. And, we could have discussed these issues at that time. And, that outreach wasn't returned. I will say that if we put the affordable housing in all the buildings, then it won't be 23%. The way we get to be able to afford very low and affordable housing is to build it in this way. That's how you get the additional funding. The additional funding to build low and very low affordable housing comes from the federal and the county and the state governments. And there are very strict rules that go with that don't allow it to be put in market rate. You have to build it standalone. And Eden, our representative Eden can also tell you this. So if we put the affordable housing in all the developments, then we won't be able to serve the 23%, which was one of my goals going into this. I wanted to build something in Daly City that my son could live at. Because my son had to go all the way to San Jose at first, Mr. Sylvester, to find a place to live. He couldn't live in the place where he grew up because there's no place here that can serve him. And the other thing you do by putting the affordable housing in all the buildings, you take away the wraparound services that you heard Councilmember Sylvester Eden talk about. My son can't live on his own unless he has that help inside the building. So I'm offended personally. I will tell you that I have been offended by the way segregation has been used, especially as standing here as a Black woman whose family had to flee Texas because of segregation. That is not what we're doing here. Segregation, if you look at the definition of segregation, that is when you put people in a place to deny them services. But as somebody who went to an all-Black school, you could also be labeled as segregated. There are times when you put people in a place to be able to provide better services. And I got an excellent education that allowed me to believe in myself because I went to a segregated school. We have to be careful how we use words and terminology. I went into this trying to build the best that I could, a space that could serve a variety of people, especially of a certain type of person that is very dear to my heart. The other thing is the district, we do not have the money to continue this ongoing moving of the goalpost. Where is the finish line? That's what I keep wondering. We are your educational partner. I understand that there's strict development agreements that you would like to stick to, but I feel like as your educational partner and the person that deals with the future of this city, we should be given some leeway. The last thing I will say is that I'm here for a union, right? The reason I'm standing here is for my union, 14, I'm sorry, I'm tired and I'm forgetting the numbers. 1481. That's why I'm here. That's why we built the workforce housing. I'm a daughter of a roofer who grew up without insurance. I broke my arm and my dad had to set it himself. The last thing I would do is try to exploit labor. That's why we have an agreement with them in the first place. We worked very hard. Again, a last minute ask, but we worked to do it. And we thought, okay, this is it, we're here. So I leave it to you to vote yes or no, but this is the plan and this is what we're sticking to for as of today.
Thank you so much for that clarification, Kalima. I know that we've been here many times over, and that has been brought up before, and that the affordable housing is going to be standalone. And it's because it's the right piece of the project. And I have no doubt that it would provide the wraparound services and be able to have housing that is beautiful, that is state of the art, and that is how it's supposed to be, decent and affordable. And so with that, I know everyone has worked very hard on this. I am moving to approve General Plan Amendment GPA 0421 Plan Development PD 0421-14997 Major Subdivision Sub 0421-1499 Design Review DR 0421-1500 at Development Agreement Ceremony Del Rey Campus Redevelopment, the environmental assessment and adoption of the mitigation and monitoring program. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I move this because we know that this is better education for our youth. And we know that this is the ability to have construction jobs with folks that live in our community. At this juncture today, it's already what time? I think there's no more debate to move on. The time is now to do this for our community, for our youth, our workers. And so with that, may I have roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni?
Aye.
Dr. Rod?
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester?
Glenn Sylvester, no, because I'm being asked to violate our inclusionary housing, which indicates all required inclusionary units shall be constructed and made available for occupancy prior to or concurrently with the market rate units in the residential development. So I'm being asked to violate that, and I can't do it at this time. So my vote is no.
Okay, and
Ms. Manalo?
aye. Thank you so much for this working together. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work. Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
We have 3 items
Oh.
that need to be approved on this, that need separate votes.
Okay.
So
how
just
would
so
you-
for the record, if I can restate, the adoption of the resolution for the general plan amendment has been approved with a 3 one vote. It passes. We have two items that would also need a vote. It is agendized as urgency ordinances. So if we can, through the chair, make that motion and we can proceed with each one.
Okay, I move to approve the urgency ordinance. Do I have a second?
Second.
May we have roll call vote, please?
Ms. Giovanni?
Aye.
Dr. Rod?
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester?
Point of clarification, item number F on the emergency ordinance, can you explain it?
Madam City Attorney, can you clarify this to City Council Member Sylvester, please?
Okay, I have to find item number F. Are you referring to item number F in the staff report?
It's going to be in accordance to all of the project, right? So please clarify for Council Member Sylvester.
Oh, thank you. So per the resolution for item number F, it would resolve that the affordable housing would exceed the inclusionary housing to have deeper affordable housing on the units.
Thank you so much for that clarification. So it's basically we're exceeding our requirement in this project for affordable housing. Thank you
That's what would be
very
in the
much for that
resolution.
clarification. And I am an affirmative aye on that.
Okay.
Mr. Sylvester, did you
Glenn
vote on that?
Sylvester, aye.
Okay, that motion, we went through everyone, right?
So we
for
have
that?
a 4? Okay, so that passes. We do have one more urgency ordinance, which is approving the development agreement between the City of Daly City and the Jefferson School District.
Motion to approve the development agreement. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Ms. Giovanni?
Aye.
Dr. Rod?
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester?
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo?
Aye, thank you very much.
Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Okay. So, and my colleagues, at this moment, I think we've been going at it for quite some time. I'm just going to do a 5-minute recess. Thank you very much. We'll do a 5-minute recess and we'll convene in 5 minutes. you so much, everyone. We are now moving on to our next agenda item. And our next agenda item is item number 10. Resolution calling to hold a special election on November 5th, 2024. And we have Attorney Rose Zimmerman.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor.
Good morning.
And members of the City Council. This item comes before you as a recommendation. We had discussed it at our last council meeting. With the current vacancy on our council, it is required that we hold a special election to consolidate for Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. The election would fill the vacancy within the special election. The council will also be considering applications for interested persons in being appointed by the city council on an interim basis, which we will discuss at our next agenda item. So at this time, I do want to indicate the fiscal impact is minimized with the calling of the special election because it will be consolidated with the general election. The approximate cost for the consolidated election is $129,000 as estimated by our city clerk. So at this time, we'll entertain a motion for the council to adopt a resolution holding a special election for November 5th, 2024.
Motion to adopt calling to hold a special election on November 5th, 2024.
Second.
Are there any questions or comments at this time?
Yes, I have one.
Councilmember Sylvester.
Thank you so much. I guess this is for the city clerk. If we did not have the special election, what would we be spending for just a regular election?
That's the same amount.
Same amount.
Right.
So with this special election, I think we're getting a deal.
We are.
Okay, we are. That's all I have. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you very much. And with that, may we have roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni.
Aye.
Dr. Rod.
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester.
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo.
Aye. Thank you very much. Now moving on to item number 11, consideration of the application process for the appointment of interim city council member. And it is now both Attorney Zimmerman and City Manager Piccolotti.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. This is for consideration by the council. We had discussed at our last council meeting and gave direction to the staff for us to create an application process for the interim appointment of a city council member. Included in your packet, we had included the draft application for the process. There's some questions, and there's also a notice of the locations for this to be distributed citywide. I do want to point out the consideration of the application timeline and process for consideration. So this evening, we're bringing it before you, effective February 27th, 2024. The staff will be advertising the notice of vacancy and application among citywide media channels, television, mailers, website, public locations, and newspapers. A list of the locations have also been included in your packet. I've also included the applications to be made available, the application that will be made available tomorrow, and the due date to be the close of business 5 o'clock on March 27, 2024. During this time, the council will consider the application, interview all the applicants at the special meeting scheduled, anticipated for April 1st, 2024. The applicant may be asked to answer the questions of city councils. I did include draft questions that maybe, we can also change that, but this is anticipated draft questions for the city council. Applicants are requested to hold this date available for an interview. An appointment will not be made without a council interview. The public may also be able to comment upon the candidates as part of the agenda item. No discussion of the candidates may be discussed in closed session. The council may also call for nominations and select an appointment at that special meeting on April 1st, 2024. Upon appointment, the successful candidate will take the oath of office at a subsequent city council meeting anticipated to be April 8th, 2024, and be seated with the city council. I do want to point out the powers and duties of the interim city council member as appointed will only serve the term until the special election.
Right.
And at that time, since the council did call for holding a special election, they will have to run for that office for the remaining 3-year term. The appointed council will have all the rights and duties of the elected city council member. And again, as noted, the term of the seat will be from the date of the appointment until the results of the municipal election are certified, which is likely around December 2024. So at this time, I open up to the council to review the packet and the application and to ask if any questions desired by the mayor and the city council for the application process.
Thank you for this. City Attorney, this is similar to the process that happened, what year was that?
2011.
In 2011.
Yes, this is even more so elaborate than the process. I think at this point, we definitely are much more transparent. We have updated the application for appointment and provided to the council, which was not the case at that time. We have also increased the advertising for the notice of vacancy and appointment. I believe the city manager's office has developed a process to have the applications filled out online, which we did not have in 2011. I think you had to bring it in person. But my understanding is also the application includes anyone who wants to fill it out in person and drop it off at the city clerk's office as well.
You were ahead of my question. I wanted to know if someone didn't have any digital access to the application, if there was that opportunity to do so.
Yes. So they have paper applications. They can print out the application and write it out, and also that would be needed to be delivered or mailed to the city clerk's office by the stated deadline.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions or comments from my colleagues? Vice Mayor.
I have 2 questions, Rose. So one question, I'm just curious, how long does a person have to be a resident in Daly City to run?
There is no length of time for you. You just have to be living in Daly City and a registered voter.
Okay, so they have to live in Daly City?
They have to live in Daly City.
Okay. And then number 2 is, what will happen if we can't come to a consensus on this appointment? It's just dead?
It's just dead. You have a vacancy until the special election.
So it's advisable that we have a process of appointment. Okay. I'm done, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just have a couple questions. So you said that the only person that will be handling this, so when someone turns in the application, it'll be only to the city clerk, correct?
That's correct. Oh, go ahead, Tom.
For clarification, it will go to the clerk, and then she will forward a copy to the city attorney.
Only?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. Yeah, and if people turn them in, they can just turn them in sealed and then just turn them in to the city clerk, just to make sure?
Yes.
Okay. And then, let's see, the other question is, the only thing I didn't see is that, do we have to ask the question, I know it's like, are you a registered voter, correct, in San Mateo County or in Daly City?
San Mateo County.
San Mateo County. And I didn't see, do we put in there that they have a physical, don't give a P.O. box, give a physical address in anything that asks for it? I personally think it's good to have a physical address.
If their mailing address is a P.O. box.
Yeah, mailing address.
That's okay, but we will have to verify that they have
Right.
residence and live in Daly
Right.
City. So
But-
if it is a P.O. box and that's what they want to
But can
provide.
are we able to add that to make sure that we have physical address for people that are working and they provide a physical address also for where they work, not a P.O. box?
Well, we don't need to have the address for where they work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, we don't have
But
to.
we need, just for verification, we will have to verify that they live in Daly City.
Oh, yeah. That'll all be verified, correct. So then, who does the verification? The city clerk?
The city clerk's office.
Okay. Or just the city clerk
Elections
herself,
officer,
hopefully?
which is the city clerk.
Okay. And then, so after they get this, and then they have, let's see, how many, so it's gonna be advertised for approximately 3 weeks? Or what's the time? 3, 4 weeks?
4 weeks.
Okay.
Until March 27th.
Yeah, I just want to ask my colleagues how they feel about the timeline. Because I remember you were kind enough to send us the one about March 12th to keep open. And I didn't know what my colleagues were thinking about as far as timelines.
March 12th?
That's what Mr. Piccolotti had sent
Oh,
us.
yeah, I think, what the staff is proposing this evening
Yeah.
with a month opportunity, I
Right.
think that is giving people more opportunity, right?
True.
So, I
agree.
mean, I would ask the staff on, why the extension and ask them in that regard.
Through the chair?
Yes.
Through the chair. We realized that was such a short window, so we asked council to hold that briefly while we were figuring out the mechanics. So we figured that 4 weeks was ample time, and then it lined up with the 1st of April and then the April 8th council meeting. We tried to time that.
Thank you. It does seem like it's easy to remember because it's, right now, February 27, and then it'll be due March 27? Is that that's what we have here, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all for now, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Councilmember Sylvester.
Thank you. Unicode Section 2.04.060 is what we are discussing, which is a ordinance here in Daly City regarding vacancy. Is there any age requirement in that ordinance?
It's not placed in the ordinance, no.
I'm sorry?
It's not placed in the ordinance, the age requirement. But there is a requirement in the California Elections Code.
In the government code, if I'm not mistaken, and do we have that age?
I believe it's 18 years old, which coincides with their ability to vote.
Exactly. So I'm recommending on the application process that we add a line at the bottom to ask age and if they are a current voter. And piece of information, it will be incumbent upon the city clerk to verify their voting status, number one, and the age. And that could be checked off or initialed by the city clerk.
So we do have a requirement in them, since actually I believe the requirement isn't necessarily age, it's that they're a registered voter. So we take out anything about age and confirm that they're a registered voter, which is the age of 18, and we do include that in the application.
Well, I want to ensure that that is checked off. In other words, if it's just okay, I guess that makes sense. If you're a registered voter, you have to be 18. Okay, all right, good enough for me. Is there a violation? Because I can see that the timetable's April 1st, to which we will review the applications and possibly interview applicants. It's 12:15 now. So what if on April 1st, due to the amount of applicants, that we are unable to complete the interview process? What mechanisms do we have in place to make sure that we can address or give every applicant the opportunity, or do we narrow down and come back for another special meeting to complete?
So that's at the council's discretion. If, depending on the number of applicants you do receive for the appointment, you can hold another special meeting I know at the 2011, we had about 8 to 9 applicants, and they were all interviewed, and the council at the time did appoint somebody for the seat, and it was on the same night. And it was a late night, I believe, probably not as late as tonight, but it was around 11, I think, that we did adjourn. But you can hold another one. You can even hold it the next day if you want.
Thank you. My next question is, would we be in violation of the government code to appoint someone which indicates that it must be done within 60 days? So if the letter of resignation was February 2nd, so that's April 2nd. And what I see here that's written, we wouldn't, that selected candidate would not take his or her seat until April 8th. Would we be in violation of the 60-day mandate?
No, because the government code allows for us to enact our own ordinance, which created the process to allow for you to have a special election or to appoint during that interim period. So to the extent that the council does not appoint or have anyone, you're not in violation. Because our ordinance does not call for that. It calls for you that you may appoint during the interim period.
Thank you very much. And so thank God for the ordinance that Daly City has, which takes precedence over the government code. Thank you so much. No further questions.
Madam
Thank you
Mayor?
very much, Councilmember Sylvester. Councilmember Giovanni.
Yeah, one quick question is on the timeline for my colleagues, is to think about, like, and some, I don't know, think about, like, do we do the opening, let them do like a 2-minute opening to introduce themselves, an introduction, and then when we interview them, then each of us asks the question, and then let them do a closing statement, maybe? About how long in 2011 was each interview?
I don't recall. I believe it might have been 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah,
And
was it
they did have them timed, and there was opening, closing, and questions.
Okay.
And I do believe there might even been public comment at the end of all the interviews, not
And-
after each interview.
And the other suggestion, depending on what my colleague said, to make it fair in what order, could we do like a lottery in public?
So they did do a
pick number?
lottery in 2011.
Okay.
Yeah, so the procedure, once we set up the interviews, can be set up by the council, how they would like to have the procedure. So once we set the meeting, hold the interviews, and have an idea of how many applicants you have, we can consider how much time we want to have for each of the interviews.
And then one more question, please. How long in advance are we giving the, after the deadline closes at 5 o'clock on the date for the applicants, when are we giving the applicants all their applications? So we can review them.
So that would be, I guess, a suggestion of the council. There has been, you can get it in batches. I mean, once we receive the applications, they're all public record. Or you can get it at the end, however the council would like to choose to have us present it to you. It would probably be a little bit problematic to have it each time you received an
You're right.
application. You might want to have it in batches, but we'll leave it up to you how you
I'm
want
open to
us. You can
suggestions,
direct
whatever
us
you
how you
guys
would like that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
yeah.
Weekly is fine, like receiving it on a weekly basis.
Is that okay?
That means that'll be 4 times in that regard.
I was asking the
Yeah, no. However you want it. It'll be emailed most likely and maybe printed for somebody.
Mayor.
Close the business Friday every week for that 4-week period.
That works. Close of business day every Friday. And then I think on that Wednesday, the last day, you probably send over close of business because it's a Wednesday. Is that correct? Yeah. So only for that. Yeah. I mean, in addition to the other Fridays that day. it- Yeah. Yeah. It is a Wednesday. It's a Wednesday. Yeah.
Mayor, I have one more question.
Yeah, Vice Mayor.
Go ahead, no, no, go ahead.
Vice Mayor.
How many forms of verification for residents do we require? 'Cause I know, the reason why I'm asking is like, I'm trying to, get my kid enrolled somewhere. And they ask for like resident verification. They usually want 2 copies of something. Do we have some sort of no?
City clerk? No,
No.
I do not look at anybody's ID. It would just be like I do at election time.
Gotcha.
I take you at your word, and then I send an email and make sure you're a voter.
Okay.
And if you aren't, then you aren't. But the application will be accepted, but I believe it'd be up to you to be notified if somebody is not a voter so that you can know that, check with them if they updated their voting, because
Okay.
perhaps they did that too.
Got it.
Any other questions?
Question.
Go ahead.
The applications, what I'm hearing is as the process goes on, we're going to find out at the close of business, potentially every Friday, as to how many applications we have. But we will not receive the applications.
That's up to the council.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I'm very uncomfortable with that. I think we should receive them all at once, because if we receive them, if somebody puts in an application tomorrow per se, well, basically, we can stew on that application every day. And I think we should get all the applications at the same time and subsequently go through them at the same time, because we have 4 or 5 days to do that. Why piecemeal it, is what I'm saying. And then another part, I'm looking at the current application, and I also looked at the questions as well. Sometimes these questions does not solicit information about the candidate enough that I think we should give them an opportunity to speak in open session, tell us about yourself. And ending, is there something that we did not cover that you would like to share with us? I think we need to give that opportunity as well. And whether that could be on the interview process, or you can't ask it on the application, because once they turn in the application, oh, I forgot to let them know. So I think we should offer that opportunity for the candidates to, it's a way of breaking the ice. My thoughts.
I think what you're talking about, Councilmember Sylvester, is similar to other interviews that we've had in the past with a council, where we do provide them, and what Councilmember DiGiovanni mentioned around having an opportunity to introduce themselves, and then at the very end, close it out. So I think that is that what you're saying? Similarly?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I think that can be added. I think we just need to figure out, are we gonna stick with these questions that we have, or, and then add a opening and a closing statement?
Mayor, if I may ask a question, please.
Go ahead.
And through the mayor.
Go ahead.
When all of you are.
She's speaking,
I
Councilmember.
can't hear you.
Thank you. Closer. When all of you are candidates, I take your candidate statement and I seal it in an envelope, and only me and one other person in the office looks at it. So with the applications, are they considered public record right away, or should they be? So if you would like to address that.
So on the applications, they are considered public records.
As
And
they
they
come in.
release, once they sign it, they basically acknowledge and release that it is a public record. So to the extent that members of the public want to see these applications, they are made available.
Wow,
Right away.
Right.
wow.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity
Yes.
in that regard.
And it is stated in the application, so
Okay.
they acknowledge.
Oh, okay.
So in that regarding, as far as receiving the applications, it's public record. So then I think what we had in place prior in receiving the applications as they come in, I mean, it's public record. So. I know that we're gonna have a lottery process, depending on that, and when we'll find out the day of, and how will the lottery process be done?
So I don't recall exactly what the mechanics of the lottery process, if it was just drawing names out of a hat.
Yeah.
But they did do it at the beginning of the meeting, of the
Okay.
special meeting.
Okay.
So it was done at the special meeting, and it
Okay.
was, my understanding, it was done through the city manager's office. But we can look at that and see
Okay.
exactly the mechanics of the lottery
Okay. So it's done day of.
the day of. So we will not have a schedule of who's
Right.
going to go first until the day of.
Through the mayor. Are we going to ask the same separate questions, obviously, in the interview than the application?
Yes, so I did include, this was taken off of the questions that was in 2011. Some of it was not really relevant at the time, but we chose about 7
Okay.
questions. Again, these questions can be changed at the discretion of the council. We provided it to you just as an example. So then, you break up the questions or how, depending on the timing of it.
Just through the chair, circling back, notify how many applications are in and hold them all, or distribute them weekly, or any form of that, whatever the council's comfortable with.
I think it's fine to distribute. It's gonna be public record.
Okay.
Anyone can ask for it. So if the public can ask for it, then I think our council can receive it.
Okay.
Yeah, how do y'all feel about it? Because anyone,
You think, Rob?
I'm okay with that.
yeah.
The magic word is public access. So mayor is correct. If the public can have access, and if they want to call the city clerk every day and say, any applications come in? Any applications come in? Hey, okay, you know.
And then we do have a couple council meetings in between where we could tweak the questions, so we could put it on the agenda again for, to discuss the questions again, so.
Excellent.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
I think that's great to, if there's anything, but for now, at least there's a draft. All right, okay.
I had one other question, but it's escaped me right now. We can modify the questions. Oh, what if somebody requires ADA access? Do we have a mechanism so that, because I'm only assuming this, that a potential candidate will stand up at the lectern and subsequently give his or her answer, or will they be sitting at the desk there? I just want to make sure that we have thought it out and have ADA access if somebody cannot stand for 30 minutes, for instance.
Yes.
We could provide a table and a microphone right over
Yeah, we will accommodate.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Anything else?
Mayor, if you don't mind, I have one more question.
Okay.
Would you like the names weekly also put on the website, similar to what we do when people take out papers? Not the application, of course, but just the names, because we could set that up too.
That's up to my colleagues and I. I don't know, how was it done before? It was done just through paper? It wasn't online?
Did it through paper, and the paper was made available to the public.
This is a different, updated iteration of transparency, so I don't know how, I think that's fine.
Yeah, I don't know if you need to have it like every week, or you
Yeah.
just want to have them all when they're all done. I don't know if you.
In 2011, we didn't have access to our own website, so this is all new.
This is all new, so however you want to do it. I don't know if it makes more sense, like when all the applications are in, to just have them all there, rather than adding every week. It's up to the council.
Vice Mayor?
I mean, when we pull out papers, Annette, it just comes out anyways, right? So I think we should just follow that protocol. I mean, from my end, I think that's a protocol that we, I don't know if.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's transparency, like,
I
as soon
agree.
as, yeah.
I agree. And will they be sitting here when they interview?
So they did not sit here. They were all at the podium.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a timer, what I remember, I'm trying to remember back in 2011, but we did have someone that was timing it.
Yeah.
And I believe the city manager sat here. I can't remember. I don't remember.
I remember sitting out there, yeah.
Are there any other questions or
Yes.
comments? Councilmember Sylvester, and I do have one speaker card on this item.
Questions for interim council members?
See.
Right now, there's approximately 7 of them. And city attorney had made mention about a timer. And will we be adhering to a timer? Say, for instance, you have 5 minutes. And then when the last 2 minutes comes up, or the last minute, you hold up a card, say 60 seconds. Will we do our best to adhere to the time limits once we have defined what the time limits are for each question, which we have not done so yet?
Right. I think you should. or
Okay,
else
not a problem.
for a while.
And given the questions that we have now, that's 7 times 5 is 35, plus maybe 2 minutes for intro, maybe 2 minutes for a closing. So it's 35 plus 4 is 40 minutes. We can anticipate maybe 40, say 45 minutes at the most for each candidate. So we have to be prepared for that, right? And then, of course, we're going to have discussion on each candidate to determine,
Right.
okay?
There's time for deliberation that needs to be done in open session.
Right.
Deliberation in open session.
Open session,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
After each candidate? How
I
does-
don't believe we did it after each
Oh,
candidate.
okay.
It was at the end,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Through the mayor. So, like you said, 2 minutes in the beginning, 2 minutes at the end, that's 4, and then the 7 questions, right?
Right now.
And then, well, I mean, how many questions do we want to ask?
Well, if any,
That's up to you. I was thinking about like 10, 15 minutes, because we already have the information about the person already. I'm sure they'll give us details about themselves. And then when we do the interview, just 2 minutes at the end, and then whatever time that we ask these 7, or whatever you guys think. I don't think we have to do 45 minutes each.
I don't know. I think that this is an important decision we're gonna make, and I feel that if it's done so fast, I think that we need to give opportunity to hear from the candidates, and so I don't know how the calculation turned out to be 45 minutes. Can you explain the calculation, Councilmember Sylvester, and how you got to 45?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, first of all, I want to say I agree with you. This is a very, very important process. I feel we should not rush this when somebody is only given 2 minutes to speak. I feel that it's a rush for them. To explain, right now on the questionnaire, we have 7 questions. We have been given the opportunity to provide more questions. We have not decided on what questions that we will present to the candidate yet. I guess that's for another meeting. But if and when we do decide, I think a reasonable answer, okay, no more than 10 questions. And, that's up for us to decide, but I would anticipate anywhere approximately 5 minutes for each question. Not all candidates will use all 5 minutes, but you know what? You have a limit. So if you got 7 questions right now, 7 times 5 is 35, plus 2 opening and 2 closing makes it 39. And I say a minimum of 40 minutes, and then we can go on from there.
I hear you in the calculation. I think that if we look at our questions, if we end up with 7 or 10, it'll depend on how many. But at least at the bare minimum, 30 minutes, like I feel is,
Okay.
like
Okay.
we can't, this is,
All right.
yeah.
And then the same amount of time for each person though, right? Each
Yes.
I think we did do
Of
30
course,
minutes.
Of
Okay.
course,
I think
we
it
would
was about
allow
30 minutes.
allotted time for each person. And if they yield their time, they yield their time, but we would allow each person to have the same amount of time. That's only fair. Okay.
Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
I think there's some questions that could be consolidated.
Okay.
Just looking at it, like, I think number one is legit. Like, why are you interested in serving as Daly City Council member and what specific skills? And then you could consolidate it with describe your past community service or involvement, because your past is informing your present, right? So the magic number for me would be like 3 questions if we can. But we could do we have to decide on the questions right now? No, but I would, like, considering Councilmember Sylvester's mathematics and being thoughtful about time and everybody's time, it just makes sense to break it down to about 3 questions. Then you have like 2 minutes, 15. Then you break it down in half, right? Instead of having like a 40-minute interview for each person. So just something to consider.
The only thing we have to decide now is just these questions.
That you're okay with the timeline and with the application and
Are you okay?
go live tomorrow or today.
Are you okay with these questions?
Yeah, I think we don't know how many candidates are gonna be applying. I feel like, oh, I see. If we meet on April 1st, and then if we need more time, we would continue it the next day or so? Okay, I'm just looking, I mean, like, if there's many candidates, if there's not, obviously what happened in 2011, the decision was made that evening, and so we won't know until we get there, but I was just wondering next steps.
That's true.
So no other questions
Just
or
one quick one.
comments?
So
Go
if it ends up, just if we do the second day, then we just have to tell the other candidates, because they have to be here in person, that they have to come back.
They would come back.
They would have to come
yes.
back, be available the next day.
They would come back. We can also, like City Manager mentioned, set up a meeting, a special meeting to talk about process, timing, and we'll get a better sense of how many applicants, questions, so that we're not trying to figure it out the day of the special meeting.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think as far as like the whittling down of questions, we should do a special meeting. Open. I mean, we are at 12:39 a.m. I think that we're trying our best to, think thoughtfully on this, but given the time, I think more time separate on this is fine. I think procedurally, we should move towards what our next steps. But before we do that, yes.
So when we leave here tonight, we're good to advertise.
Right.
We're good to push the
I
button.
mean, when we vote on it, yeah.
Yes,
When
okay.
we vote on it, yes. I think, yeah, have to.
Got it.
Okay, so at this point, I will call Sophia Tupuola. Still here? No more? She left? Okay. Yes, she already left. And then we'll call up Manufo Liagi Anoy.
Good morning. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and council members. I just wanted to first say thank you. It's been a long night of community, but a good night. and also say thank you to Mayor Manalo and Councilmember Sylvester. Being with my colleagues from Head Start, we remember that passionate meeting that we had that night. And it was because of your leadership that made way for conversations that led to open conversations that also brought this project to fruition to include Head Start. So as a parent of this community, I say thank you. I just wanted to ask a clarifying question because the recommendation has been made by the city attorney and the staff. I think I thought I heard an application went live as of February 27th. Has there been any edits or is that application live? Is that the application that candidates that are interested to be appointed, is that the one that's being used that was mentioned this evening that's live?
We haven't talked about any changes on the application this evening unless my colleagues have any changes. I don't think there were. I know that Councilmember Sylvester was making sure around like the age aspect of it, but that was figured out with a city clerk. So I don't,
Thank you. So the one that okay. So thank you so much. I want to go on record to thank the community that I didn't expect to show up tonight. And so I think I heard the protocol. It goes to the city clerk and gets rerouted. So it went live at midnight, and in front of the community that stood with me today, I want to put this in your hands. And I look forward to the dates that have been mentioned and be transparent that when we're sitting in seats of leadership, we may not always agree to disagree. But when people ask me why am I running and have I worked with the members of this council, and I proudly said yes. And I think what my son Reno had shared and alluded to earlier, at one time, we have endorsed each other. When you guys ran for that seat and when I ran for seats that I sit in now. And the reason why I share that is that I heard Vice Mayor lift many things tonight that we may not always come on projects that may seem right at the time. But as council members and leaders, we are tasked to make the best decisions with what we're given at that time. And I saw some of that action happen tonight. And my hope is that when the 7 candidates, the 10 or 20 that come forward, I think that that's fortunate that so many people want to share in the leadership with all of you. And I look forward to that open dialogue. I do hope that it gets shortened to look at all of those candidates so people can participate in seeing everyone openly share why they want to share in the leadership that you all sit in today. So thank you to all of the staff and the team. Thank you to the city clerk for accepting my application, and I look forward if there's any gaps or things that I need to follow up, and I want to make sure that the community that's turning it in with me today knows that I get right on it to make sure that I get it right so that I can be here during that debate. Thank you and God bless you.
thank you very much. I think that's all for public comment this evening. Just to be very clear with community members that are watching, the process is open to the public. It will be at these chambers and it's open to the public. And so it'll be here. And so with that, we are on item number 11. The consideration of the application process for the appointment of interim city council member. And with that, do I have? Oh, no vote needed. Oh, there we go. Oh, we have so many votes this evening already. No vote needed. Oh, my goodness. There we go. Okay, just direction. I think we definitely got direction. Thank you so much for that. Look at that. We're on our last item, item number 12. Resolution to authorize a construction loan agreement with Daly City Joint Powers Financing Authority, the North San Mateo County Sanitation District, and the California State Water Resource Control Board, and financing agreement with Daly City Joint Powers Financing Authority in connection with the financing of Vista Grande Drainage Basin Improvement Project. That is a long sentence. But we saw this earlier today, just to remind my colleagues.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Mayor, Honorable Vice Mayor, and members of the council. As you just mentioned, this item is to authorize a construction loan agreement and a financing agreement for the city of Daly City with the State Water Resources Control Board as part of the financing of the Vista Grand Drainage Basin Improvement Project. The details of these two agreements are the exact same as what was presented to you in the sanitation district meeting and what you approved, other than the entity is different. In this case, it's the city of Daly City. So the recommendation of staff is in the staff report and the summary conclusion. And with that, that's my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I move to approve this item. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, may we have roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni?
Aye.
Dr. Rod?
Aye.
Mr. Sylvester?
Glenn Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo?
Aye, thank you very much. Now, moving on to the next item on the agenda, I think it's boards and commissions. Do we have any appointments to boards and commissions?
Nope.
Seeing none by my colleagues, city council or council committee reports. Okay, yeah, Vice Mayor, please.
I attended the Peninsula Clean Energy meeting on February 22nd, 2024. I'll just highlight one thing that we've done. We've been doing some very historical and impactful actions lately for PCE. One is that we voted on unanimously on giving authority to our CEO to execute a 3-year contract with Franklin Energy for the implementation of the turnkey electrification installation service for single-family homes. And the amount was not to exceed $26 million over 3 years, $24 million of which are from PCE. What this entails is that as we try to move towards decarbonization, the program partnership is to provide flexible incentives, high-touch support, and links to finance. So if you're a low-income family and you want to go from a water heater to a tankless water heater, we have the Franklin Energy to install that. So we have the funds to do it. It's a start. It's a really good pilot program. So in a way to decarbonize towards decarbonization, there are ways for homeowners and also people that own property, and if they're are willing to, they can apply and be part of this program to change the water heaters and be more less dependent on carbon for power. And then let me see what else is there. We also talked about because there's an influx of money for PCE. There was the discussion. There's no action, but thinking about should we start purchasing land or start purchasing different systems of power, or do we maintain our lane and do what we still do? So we went through the whole pros and cons for a good hour. We never came to an agreement, but they just wanted to just put on our table, and that's my report.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor, for your commitment on PCE and really ensuring that we combat climate change. I know that you've been heavily working in that committee, and thanks for always giving us the updates. Any other council committee reports? Councilmember Sylvester.
Thank you so much. I provide this report twofold. First of all, I guess it kind of dovetails to the Vice Mayor's statement about Peninsula Clean Energy. My report is on Mosquito Vector Control District. Back in the fiscal year of 2019 to 2020, the district expended $132,336 for the installation of solar. And during that year, they managed energy consumption dropped by 48.9%. Now, this is a lab and they run machines, which resulted in a savings of $9,681. But an update, recently, they had a power consumption reduction of approximately 80%, and that's probably due to the weather, no sun being out. And the return on investment, they estimate instead of 8 years, the realistic outlook is to be closer to 14 years for the ROI. So at least they're staying up on it, but we have the panels, and generally under the NEMS versus 3.0, 2.0, we're looking pretty good, and I'm sure brighter days are ahead. The other aspect I wanted to bring up, and this is an important one, being that we got a budget meeting this coming week, is to remind Daly City that the Mosquito District has decided to put another $1 million into the Cal Class Fund. I've brought this matter up before. The city treasurer is paying 3.6. Cal Class is paying 5.4. And they're now going to infuse $1 million more. We've already put in close to $2 million. And within the 4 to 5 months we've had our money in there, we've made close to $50,000. And it is my understanding that the County of San Mateo, the treasurer, is now putting some of their money into Cal Class. So another piece of good news is Cal Class is now managing $1 billion in assets from the pooled resources. So I guess I'm, again, hoping, I'm not going to let up on this. We need to move forward on this, and at least have a presentation on Cal Class and make the interest rate, which is very feasible, and compared to the San Mateo County Treasurer, where it can take 45 days to get your money back, Cal Class is next day for the liquidity. So I brought this matter up in October, and I think we need to at least get an update for the council to consider. So that's all I have for the Mosquito District. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
To Councilmember Sylvester's question as to where we are, the investment policy will be coming to you. The finance director, myself, and the treasurer are meeting on that very subject.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your reports. Now moving on to city council reports. I wanted to report that I went to the Japanese Consul General's home to celebrate the Emperor's birthday, in which Speaker Pelosi, Senator Becker, Senator Wiener, and Mayor Anders Fung was there. They did give me the opportunity to speak. I was able to share that we are going to be the 110th sister city with one of their cities in Japan, with Izumazano City, and everyone was really thrilled. I also wanted to share that it was a wonderful event here at City Hall for the 32nd Annual Black History Month. I see Shaquille there in the audience, sticking it out with us this evening. But really wonderful, as always, Leslie and Opal, the tremendous artwork from our older adults that actually come from the Dolger Senior Center. It's just phenomenal. There's so much talent in our community, from music to the amazing food that Opal provided. It was really a great time to be in community. I know that I heard from city manager that vice mayor has some ideas to incorporate, San Francisco State University's organizations. And so looking forward to that forthcoming. Also went to the grand opening of JAR Insurance. As we know, small businesses and businesses are the backbone of our community. So they opened, they had their grand opening right there by the Social Security building on Gellert. I also want to acknowledge and thank the staff, the city manager, staff, Tom, Leilani, and Charlie, and Angie for assisting with the Council of Cities dinner, which hosted all of the council members that were able to attend up and down San Mateo County. And our speakers were Assemblymember Phil Ting, and also Miss Alenka Villarreal of Madrigal Bridge Foundation. Also wanted to share that got to celebrate with and say happy birthday to Pedro Pineda. Pedro Pineda is actually one of the veterans in our communities who turned 100 years old. So I just wanted to share that Pedro Pineda was born on February 23, 1924, and has resided in Daly City since 1965, contributing to the fabric of this community. And Pedro Pineda bravely served his country as an Army veteran in not one but two wars, World War II and the Korean War, demonstrating his courage and commitment to defending freedom and democracy. Pedro Pineda is a member of the Philippine Scouts, enlisted in the Army in 1941, bravely standing for his nation and allies. Pedro Pineda endured the harrowing trials of the Bataan Death March in 1942, displaying extraordinary resilience and fortitude in face of adversity. Pedro Pineda, following his military service, found love and companionship, marrying Ingracia Hipolito Pineda in 1954, and together they shared a life of devotion and mutual support until her passing in August 2018. Pedro Pineda dedicated over 2 decades of his life to serving his fellow veterans at Letterman Hospital and Veterans Hospital, providing essential care and compassion to those who had served their nation. Pedro Pineda's unwavering faith, resilience, and sense of duty not only sustained him through the trials of war and personal loss, but also served as a beacon of hope and strength for those around him, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts and minds of all who have been touched by his remarkable life. And so, just amazing to reach the age of 100 years old, and wanted to acknowledge and honor Mr. Pedro Pineda. And lastly, attended an event at Classic Bowl, which was for youth and young people learning digital media. It was held by a nonprofit organization called Both Sides of the Conversation. And that's my city council report, and my colleagues have any.
Yeah, mine's real short. I see Denise out there. And tell Leslie that you guys knocked it out of the park again. We saw an instrument played that not very many people get to see from Africa. The vendors from everywhere, our PD was there, Boys and Girls Club. I mean, it was great. The food, Opal, of course, what can we say? I think we all had a great time. The singers were great. I thought it was beautifully decorated. Everything was spot on. I thought it was great. I thought that everybody had a great time, and looking forward to more. And please thank everybody. I know David was a part of it, Romeo, I mean, all your staff. It was great. So thank you very much. It was fun. Delicious food, too. Those deviled eggs. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor, please.
I just want to say it was unfortunate that we weren't able to move forward with the Women's Commission. I would love to revisit the formation of that Women's Commission when we bring in or when we appoint our new council member. I think we sent the wrong message tonight.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for your statement, and I appreciate your solidarity in pushing forth something that is definitely in need in our community. And I also do hope that we can move forward after, that was even the vote to have it after. So I really hope that there's an openness in that regard. Thank you very much. Any other city council reports? Seeing none at this time, I'm going to ask if city manager has any comments or.
Thank you. It's a kalimba was the instrument.
Kalimba,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, it was
Yes.
great.
Kalimba.
That's all I have.
It was great.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now I want to move forward in memoriam. I see Council Member Sylvester. I yield the floor to you.
Thank you, Mayor. The first one, I would like to adjourn in memory of Miss Lucilla Valenzuela. And from what I recall, it's a short bio. Apparently, she was part of Century 21 in the St. Francis Square office. And she's the mother of a colleague that I used to work with. So I'd like to adjourn in memory of her. The other one is a Richard D. Holder. I have put my information away, pardon me. Someone I used to work with, Commander, I think he was actually a deputy chief, but he did serve his country in the war, and one of them being that he was subjected to Agent Orange. Mr. Holder passed away at his home on January 29th, 2024. He was born in Oakland, California, and he was raised in San Francisco. He attended McKinley Elementary, Everett Middle, and Polytechnic High School, where upon graduating from high school, he enlisted in the U.S. Army in 1965. Refusing to leave his men, he served 2 tours with the 101st Airborne Division, 1965 to 1967, a proud veteran of Vietnam. He was discharged at the rank of sergeant in 1972. Rich joined the San Francisco Police Department and graduated from the academy and served at Richmond and Potrero stations, following which he successfully became a tactical team member in 1980. Rich attained the rank of sergeant and was assigned to Park Station. 3 months later, he returned to the tactical division as a team leader, always looking to lead his people. He was promoted to lieutenant at the tactical division and was later assigned to the Muni Transit Division. During his time as lieutenant, he ran the housing task force for underserved population in San Francisco and started Operation Dream, to which I'm a board member of Operation Dream. He was promoted in 1991 to captain and was assigned to lead the officers at Potrero Station. He was newly promoted to the rank of commander, where he had then led the entire Special Operations Division. In 1996, Richard became the first African-American deputy chief in the San Francisco Police Department and oversaw all patrol units. He remained as the deputy chief of Field Operations Bureau and was later assigned as the deputy chief of investigations until his retirement in 2001. Richard was a devoted, loving husband, father, grandfather, uncle, son, brother, and friend, a kind-hearted man. He would do anything for his family and close friends. He was a man of truth, duty, and integrity, whose greatest joys were his family. He was a good boss, and in his passing, I just wanted to let folks know that he did leave a legacy, and his son is in the police department now, and he's a lieutenant. So I'd like to adjourn in his memory. Thank you, Mayor, and that's all I have.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Sylvester. Are there any other adjournment memories by my colleagues? Thank you very much. I'd like to adjourn in memory of Minnesota Police Officer Paul M. Strand, Minnesota Police Officer Matthew Rouge, and Minnesota Firefighter Adam Finseth. I'd also like to adjourn in memory to this whole family, Anand Sujith Henry, Alice Priyanka Bensinger, Nathan Henry, Noah Henry. And also would like to adjourn in memory of Marlette Virai. And lastly, send deepest condolences to Supervisor David Canepa on the loss of his grandmother, and to his mother, Dee. And I'd like to share her life story. Dolores Mary Caleros was born October 2, 1924 to February 14, 2024. Dolores Mary Calero passed away peacefully surrounded by her children. Dolores was the beloved daughter of William Bill and May Llewellyn. She was predeceased by her loving husband, John Lewis, also known as Jack. Her two devoted sons, John Lewis II and Michael Joseph, her brothers Bill and Richard Llewellyn and their wives, Florence and Deanna. Dolores was a loving mother to Dolores Ann D. Canepa, Christopher Anthony, Missy, and Philip Gerard Calero. She delighted in being known as Grandma Doll to her grandchildren and great-grandchildren, as well as Auntie Doll to her nieces and nephews. She was sister to Marilyn McKinnon, and she was very grateful for her best friend and loyal dog companion, Elsa. Dolores was a native San Franciscan growing up in the Portola district. She attended St. Peter's Academy and was graduate of the class of 1942. Upon graduating from high school, she was hired as a civilian secretary for the United States Marine Corps at their headquarters at 101 Harrison Street, San Francisco. She enlisted and was sworn in to the Marine Corps at the recruiting station in Palace Hotel on November 9, 1944. Dolores thought boot camp sounded adventurous and exciting, traveling to the East Coast, but soon discovered it was all barracks and drills at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina. After completion of boot camp, she was surprisingly reasoned back to her old desk in San Francisco. Dolores was honorably discharged on August 23, 1946. Dolores married Jack, the lover of life, on December 28, 1947, and they raised their 5 children in San Francisco on Moscow Street before relocating to South San Francisco on Adrian Avenue in 1952. Dolores and Jack were active parishioners of St. Veronica's Catholic Church in South San Francisco. Dolores was a member of different parish organizations, including Our Lady of Fatima Circle and the Women's Club. Jack and Dolores were founding parishioners of Mater Dolorosa Catholic Church in South San Francisco, established April 1961. Dolores was the first parish secretary assisting Reverend Norman Allen. In addition to secretary, she was involved as a member and participant in various parish clubs and committees. At different times of her life, Dolores was also a proud parishioner of St. Elizabeth Catholic Church, St. Agnes Catholic Church, St. Anne's of the Sunset Catholic Church, and St. Eugene's Cathedral. Due to the passing of Jack, Dolores was hired by San Mateo County and worked at the courthouse in South San Francisco to support her 5 school-age children. Her career continued with Bank of America in various positions that included real estate department, the Employment Office, the Legal Department, and the relocation of employees to Concord Technology Center. During her Bank of America career, she also earned her bachelor's degree from University of San Francisco. Dolores valued time with her family and shared many memories, including the cabin in Felton, pilgrimages and vacations in Italy, month-long stays in Carmel, and visits to relatives in Orange and San Luis Obispo counties. During her youth, Dolores was the San Francisco Recreation Department Women's City Champion in tennis. She was also recognized as a shorthand and typing champion. Later in life, she loved and supported her children, her grand and great grandchildren, in participation in sports and extracurricular activities. She was a loyal supporter and fan of the San Francisco Giants and the Golden State Warriors. Dolores was Third Order Carmelite in the Order of the Discalced Carmelites Secular St. Joseph Community, San Francisco. Upon retirement, Dolores devoted a significant portion of her life to assisting others in need through her volunteer work. This included organizations St. Agnes Catholic Church, the Divine Mercy Foundation, Martin de Porres House of Hospitality, and St. Anne's of the Sunset Catholic Church Grief Ministry. Dolores was also appreciative of being an instructor to assist Catholic nuns from Vietnam to learn English as a second language. She cherished their friendship. Dolores was also proud to continue her support time volunteering for the United States Marine Corps Lead, the Women's Marines Association, and the Marines Memorial Club. She served as chaplain for the General J.C. Breckinridge Detachment and participated in the Wreaths Across America, as well as refurbishing of the Marines Memorial Club library. Dolores made a difference in the lives of those who needed assistance. Her life exemplified there is no greater calling than to serve others. Okay. A moment of silence. Financing Authority. A regular meeting on Monday, February 26, 2024. And we call this meeting to order. May we have roll call, please?
Misty Giovanni.
Present.
Dr. Rod.
Present.
Mr. Sylvester.
Glenn Sylvester, present.
Ms. Manalo.
Present. Approval of the agenda. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion to approve consent agenda.
So move.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Now moving on to new business, because I don't see any public or appearances or oral communications. So, new business.
Minutes.
Oh, okay. Oh, that wasn't part of our consent agenda?
Yeah, that was
It looks like, yeah, okay.
approved. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the board. This item is the final item having to do with our SRF loan. It wraps together the financing agreements and construction loan agreements that you have already approved as part of the city and the sanitation district, because the JPA, this authority is the one that is applying for the SRF loan. So the details of the agreements are the same as what you've approved with the city and the sanitation district. And with that, that's my presentation, and the recommendation should be in the summary conclusion of the staff report.
I move item number 2 that's designated here. I won't read the whole thing, but then do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, may we have roll call, please?
Ms. DiGiovanni.
Aye.
Dr. Rod.
Aye.
Sylvester.
Sylvester, aye.
Ms. Manalo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Any board of director reports? Seeing none, no staff, we are adjourned. Yay!
Actually.